give them vote. But they try to color it in such a way that they presented it as issue-based politics, and region was part of the calculation. Though you couldn't say religion because the two candidates are Christians, so you couldn't have said religion, but ethnicity largely played an important role. It won't go away, but what we're saying is the forces for issue-based politics should outweigh the forces for ethnicity and religion in this country. So in terms of quality of campaigning issues, Rwanda is not doing badly, because the man that is there has been elected and re-elected, not because he comes from a particular ethnic group, but because he's living the dreams and aspirations of the people, irrespective of the accusation level against him that he's a dictator or that he doesn't allow opposition. The question I always ask when we talk about democracy is, if somebody that is there is doing what the people want, why must we change the person for the sake of changing the person?
In recent times, Nigerians believe issue-based campaign has become necessary for them to be able to assess the candidate's knowledge of the challenges affecting the masses and whether they have convincing strategies to tackle the challenges head-on.
You find out that the monetization of the political system has spoiled our system greatly. And if an electorate will say that he will not vote a candidate until the candidate that has the money or until a candidate that gives him money, you see, we cannot change this country through that process. The electorate has a responsibility of electing credible candidates, not based on the size of their pockets, but based on the ability to add value to governance, the ability to bring a change, not only a change, but a positive change to this our great country, Nigeria.
Through various accountability mechanisms, candidates are expected to be engaged on topical issues bordering on security, industrialization, poverty, challenges of people living with disabilities, and so on. What is the roadmap to addressing some of these challenges, and why the need for issue-based campaigns? In the eyes and thinking of the public, gone are the days when politicians dwell on trivialities rather than the real issues bordering on access to healthcare, housing, and living standards.
Is to have the electorates organize themselves in such a way that the organized debates, as we see in civilized, more civilized communities, we are learning our mentors in terms of politics would be America, and we see how they do their selection process. If people select based on what they have really questioned those candidates of what they can offer. The quality of their programs, the quality of their agenda, the quality of their manifesto should be the determinant for selecting them. But then don't select them based on what they have given you in terms of monetary or consideration or otherwise. You should select them based on what they can offer, what their documents say in terms of manifesto, agenda, or their approach towards solving our governance challenges.
Experts believe the electoral umpire and other regulatory bodies should be strict with the guidelines that will assist in regulating the conduct and tone of electioneering campaigns and spell out the roles of all stakeholders in ensuring a peaceful atmosphere before, during, and after the 2023 general elections.
The United States has stabilized. And in the United States, I'm sure you've seen what the Nigerians have seen what is happening in the Mar-a-Lago issue affecting former President Trump. And the way that citizens are asking questions, that would really happen in Nigeria. And if it happened in Nigeria, they would say, oh, because the person is from the north, or the person is not a Christian, or the person is a Muslim, and so on. But the question that you are in and out of office accountable.
I am of the opinion that the Nigerian state should criminalize campaign based on ethnicity and religion. It should be purely issue-based. Because nobody has been punished for this. So we accept it as normal.
So there's no template for
No,
this campaign?
no, you see, the only thing that we know are issues that the government felt is leading to chaos. For instance, when you talk about cyberbullying, when you talk about misinformation, when you talk about hate speech, in this hate speech is coming on the heels of our return to democracy. Well, so, and democracy is about freedom of expression. If you want to be mad, just be mad, but don't display your madness on me. That is democracy for you. So if I want to go naked, yeah, you can go naked, but don't insult my sensibility as a person, because I'm equally a stakeholder.
Now the stage is set. Nigerians are eager to align themselves with outstanding candidates that will not only focus on issues, but prefer cutting-edge solutions.
Many thanks to Garba for that incisive report. More Nigerians now want politics of bitterness relegated to the background so that the real issues affecting the masses can occupy the front burner during the 2023 electioneering campaigns. Now, Thomas Ugbetere in our next report brings us the views of a cross-section of Nigerians on specific issues that should shape the political campaigns.
The security and welfare of citizens remain the primary purpose of government as enshrined in the Constitution. This is why citizens look forward to political campaigns to hear what the candidates of political parties want to offer to sustain or improve on the level of development that is on ground. Many Nigerians do not want the 2023 electioneering campaigns to be business as usual. They believe the usual politics of rancor, campaigns characterized by hate speech, as well as ethnic and religious bigotry, must give way to issue-based politics and campaigns where political candidates will lay out practical steps they intend to take to solve developmental challenges.
Gone are the days when presidential candidates will come and castigate each other. I don't like it. I don't like the aspect of saying that political party ruled for this. These are all rhetorics. Let's go back to the basis. We need an implementable budget. A budget that you can see the performance, you can see the indicators, and you can see them playing. We need a president that will carry women and youths along.
Campaign issues should be based on your antecedent, what you have done in the public offices where you find yourself, your capacity to be able to improve in the life of the people you intend to govern.
I want a situation whereby a leader who has capacity to appoint should look for the best. Nigeria is in a state of emergency. We are in a state of economic emergency. Is it power? Is it education? Is it security? Name them.
In the areas of security, expectations are high among the electorates for a roadmap that will address security challenges squarely across Nigeria.
All this external aggression and supply of weapons and so on, they come in through borders. So the ability of the president to have a very good foreign policy that would be all-inclusive, that will be very friendly with the neighbors, that would support our neighbors, to a large extent will help us to mitigate smuggling of weapons and ammunition and so on.
Security is number one. You don't talk about economy without security. You don't talk about infrastructure without security. You don't even think about infrastructure if you don't have an enabling environment. The enabling environment is have to be security. The environment must be secure for people to come to invest. So everything boils down on the security. Security should be number one. Security is number two. Security is number three of agenda of anybody that is coming in as a president of this country.
Industrialization is believed to be the bedrock of economic growth and development. Nigerians look forward to industrialization strategies that will transform Nigeria from a largely consuming to a producing nation that is globally competitive in the production of processed and manufactured goods across various value chains. Political watchers are of the view that political parties and candidates with clear vision of how to industrialize Nigeria and revamp the manufacturing sector are likely to win the hearts of Nigerians.
We want to see an issue-based matter. How do we revive and be able to now create our own industries? Which day are we going to start manufacturing our own aircraft? How are we going to do it that the world will come to us? We are not going to war anymore. When down on China, they closed their country, and within 40 years, the world is going to China today. When it down on Dubai, they only have 3 mineral resources, which is the sun, the water, and the sand. And they create tourism. Today, the world goes to Dubai. Dubai don't go to world. We have over 50 resources, uncountable resources that will bring the world to us. This is what we want our politicians to be talking.
There are also expectations that the nation's next democratic elected administration will have the political will to sustain the fight against corruption and take it a notch higher.
Corruption is even the cause of insecurity. It's a result of corruption that you see various people, youths take arm because they have nothing they are doing. The money that was meant to be developing or creating job opportunity and creating a good environment are looted by few individuals that have opportunity to be in the corridor of power. So corruption is a massive in the Nigerian system. Every country fight corruption, even including the United Kingdom, including the US, including the Western world, China. They're fighting corruption with headlong, day in and day out. But there is massive corruption in the Nigerian governing system. And any government that is coming on board should be able to give us the blueprint how to fight this corruption. We must know what you want to do or to put in place to be able. Fighting corruption is a different way. You may be chasing somebody because he perceives he stole money. You say you're fighting corruption. For you to fight corruption, block the leakages. The institution must be strong.
The challenges facing the health and the education sector, such as lingering ASU strike, migration of health professionals abroad, and infrastructural inadequacies, are issues also dear to the heart of Nigerians in the search for workable solutions.
Primary healthcare system has to be revamped. People should be able to access healthcare within the proximity of their communities, but not just building. We shouldn't be having empty buildings, but we should have the resources, people that will drive the healthcare system. It's very important.
The ASU issue, we have to sit down and there must be a fee. And this fee, those who can afford it, definitely there are parents who can afford fees in the public schools. Those who cannot afford it, government must also make a provision in such a way and manner that loans are provided for them to have access to.
Many Nigerians believe that the power sector holds the key to rapid economic growth and are desirous of practical solutions to the challenges bedeviling the sector in Nigeria.
Another thing that the incoming president should be thinking of is issue of electricity, power. You cannot build the economy in a generating economy. The small, medium, and enterprise business are dying because the cost of running the business, some of them cannot afford it. If you don't have money to buy gas, as about 800 or 800 something per liter, you can't power your businesses. Meaning that you will fall, you go back to the house if you cannot afford to light up your business environment. So electricity is another challenging situation that we have that need incoming government to deal with head on.
You see, the most important aspect has to do with the power. Once we have power, the SMEs can operate. And once you have a policy direction, you can drive those SMEs. But whatever you want to do, once the factors of production are very expensive, the business may not thrive. We must be able to drive them to take opportunities of certain agreements like the AGOA Treaty and so on. Our people need to be shown the way to take advantage of those kind of bilateral agreements.
Therefore, what we will look at that they should bring into front burner today is, first of all, how do you put electricity that we have into use? How do we de-emphasize the issue of national grid so that we can light our rural populace to stop immigration from the rural to urban, and to create employment, opportunity, and economic activities in our rural areas.
Experts also believe that although the oil and gas sector is Nigeria's mainstay, the non-oil sectors are critical to economic diversification and growth.
Be it aquatic resources, which is abundant in the oceans and rivers. Is it the streams? Is it the fish? Streams are even costlier than the crude that we are polluting our environment with. How do we take comparative advantage of our solid mineral? God gift. Today the world is looking for lithium. Are we going to still allow raw materials out of our country? We must take advantage of these mineral resources to ban exportation of any type of raw material until it is processed in our country. That is taking advantage of our home giving. Are we going to take, what are they looking at taking advantage of our agricultural resources? Do we still want to continue exporting our Gombe Arabic raw? We have the best Gombe Arabic in Borno axis, Lake Chad belt. We have the best wheat in the world. We have the best cocoa in the world. We have the best cotton. We have the best cashew that Indians are killing themselves for. We must take comparative advantage of this. What we want to hear from our politicians is, how do you take comparative advantage of it to create opportunities for Nigerians?
Nigerians are no longer interested in the rhetoric of political office seekers during campaigns, but anticipate clear ideas and direction as well as good manifestos.
And we must start looking forward to a president that, will not look at the ethnic, area or the religion or the gender. A president that is a driver, a visionary leader. Look at what is happening in UAE, for instance. The president that will build hope back into the people of Nigeria, because right now a lot of people are hopeless and they do not believe in the project Nigeria. So we have to restore that patriotism. We have to see that Nigerian eagle soaring high, flying high. We have to see our flag and be proud of seeing that green and white color.
There have to be standard from anybody who is vying to that exalted office as a president of Federal Republic of Nigeria, to be able to tell the people what he has within his capacity to bring to bear, to better the economy, to better the security, to improve on the security, to improve on the welfare of the people. This is what we want to hear. But let's hope that as they're lifting the ban the next few weeks, that they'll toe the line of campaign, issue-based campaign, prosperity, unity, to unify the country. You don't divide people, you tend to root.
The consensus is that when the 2023 electionary campaigns kick off soon, regulatory agencies should play their roles to ensure that political actors stick to the rules and the issues.
Thank you, Thomas. It is apparent that Nigerians look forward to practical blueprints and solutions to the nation's developmental challenges, and also expect the 2023 electioneering campaigns to be issue-based. It remains to be seen whether the campaigns will be as expected. That's 30 minutes for today. Thank you for your time. I am Itaire Ikben. See you next time.
Technology the mother of all inventions, has influenced various aspects of human existence that in numerous difficulties has been brought to the various level. Travel as a form of communication has been made simple through the invention of the motor car, which can travel several miles in a very short time. Due to various irregularities on the roads like potholes, careless driving, overspeeding and a host of others, the chances of motor cars getting involved in accidents cannot be overlooked. As such, devices like the seatbelt and airbags have been made.
Basically, airbags are meant to serve as security for lives and property in our vehicles.
The motor car airbags are safety devices or features designed to protect passengers and drivers in a head-on collision. The question begging for an answer, therefore, is how many car buyers take time to check the cars for airbags when they are purchasing one?
And like we car dealers now, if we're going to buy a car, we're buying the one that has a airbag because people are going through what is raining.
About an airbag in a car, it's supposed to be a supplementary restraint system. It's supposed to be something that helps to assist during the time of an accident, but it only works well once you have a seatbelt across your chest, or else otherwise it can be a dangerous thing in a car.
Airbags act as a cushion for passengers, thus preventing them from hitting the steering column and dashboard, which may lead to head, shoulder or even chest injuries. The importance of safety devices in a motor car cannot be overemphasized when purchasing a car. Therefore, it is advised to thoroughly check for those devices before purchasing a car.
Is a mustard seed, then nurture it, water it, grow it into that tree in your rainforest.
And she already stands in front of you and asks you to take a picture.
The prevalent social issue in our society.
There are certain things you take that is good for you at the same time. That's a bad side.
Yeah. What is it that you want to leave us with today?
Our reality with Sky, 10:30 a.m. every Monday, and it repeats at 12 midnight.
President Buhari calls for issue-based campaigns as political parties sign his accord.
The 2023 general elections is more than an election. It is an opportunity to serve Nigeria.
Federal government urges institutions to continually promote good governance.
As the 2023 general elections draw near, I hope you maintain the position of an honest arbiter.
Words like unity, equity, and opportunity resonate at the 62nd Independence Anniversary Public Lecture.
Our own privileges. To preserve this society, to preserve this nation, we must make the sacrifice. On Good Morning Nigeria today, we continue our conversation series on Nigeria at 62 with a focus on resetting our national values.
Motivational speakers preach that age is nothing but a number and more of an individual's mindset. This is really to discourage people from dwelling on their ages. And as the saying goes, growing old is mandatory, but growing up is optional.
Well, Kyria, relating what you just said to individual maturity, it will translate to a series of both mental and physiological changes that impact the health of the individual. Now, the process of aging gracefully, as they say, demands a lot of hard work.
Well, at 60, Kingsley, you know, when many people celebrate what is known as the diamond age, the individual is expected to be winding down on rigorous activities and other economic pursuits. And if you are a civil servant, for instance, you probably would have retired from active public service.
Precisely, retired, but as the saying goes, sometimes not tired.
Exactly.
That's right. But this process doesn't necessarily apply to the life of a nation. In fact, it doesn't apply to the life of a nation. We have to be specific because a nation is organic, a nation is dynamic.
Exactly.
And if all the attributes are right, a nation, of course, at 60, it could be described as nascent or even still growing. That's because the stream of events that shape the social, political, and economic activities and the well-being of the people are still being considered to be, of course, developing.
Of course, yes, and it's all about governance. Now, the road to Nigeria at 62 has not been really like a boulevard strewn with bed of roses. The process of national development may be described as staccato, by Latin word. It's slow but steady. That's exactly what it means. And the process has been bedeviled with military interregnums, political hiccups, and economic uncertainties are laced with the highest level of insecurity.
Well, in addition to the issues you just raised, Kyria, now the breakdown of the moral fabric of the Nigerian society manifests in various forms, such as we find these days in crimes and criminality, and of course the much bigger issues around banditry, kidnapping, and some would say insurgency. We have seen kidnapping. Of course, these are the criminal activities we never used to hear of in this part of the world. But it isn't just in terms of criminality, but just the collapse of moral values all around us, attitude to work, your relationship with your neighbors, what you're supposed to do, and then your disposition itself to the nation state called Nigeria. What are your duties? What are your tasks? What are your responsibilities?
Yes. How many of us are prepared to die for Nigeria?
Absolutely. Very pertinent questions you have raised there. And then, of course, when you also look at the future, even the current state and future of the educational system in the country, there is, of course, a great deal of concern. Over 20 million children are now said to be out of school. Public universities, particularly those owned by the federal government, have been shut now for well over 7 months. And this is on account of the industrial action undertaken by ASU. The matter is currently in the courts, and that's the National Industrial Court, Kieran.
All right, there is a current decimal, and it has continued to reoccur in the history of this country over decades now. But it's not all gloomy for the country. In spite of the challenges, Nigeria has successfully conducted more peaceful democratic transitions than in the past. And of course, it's also in the process of conducting another peaceful election in 2023. The Buhari administration has also successfully steered the economy out of several economic recessions through laudable fiscal and monetary policies and programs. And of course, there is a visible evidence of infrastructure developments across the country. So on Good Morning Nigeria today, we'll engage our guests on some of these issues that impede our national development. My name is Kirian Umayo. Thank you for joining us on this day.
Well, Kirian, we just have to again remind our viewers that we began our Independence Conversation series yesterday, and the first topic we dealt with in terms of our theme had to do with fulfilling the dream of independence. What was the dream on the 1st of October 1960, and how well have we been close to realizing that dream of independence? How well have we, how far have we departed, as it were, from that dream?
What have we been able to learn, from political events, from that point?
From that point, and more particularly today, we say we are focusing on resetting our national values, and this is because there are challenges with the moral fabric of our country today. I join my colleague Kirian to also welcome you to another edition of Good Morning Nigeria. It's the eve of the 62nd independence anniversary of our country. My name is Kingsley Osadolo. Welcome to Good Morning Nigeria.
Okay, now we're going to bring in Nolene at this point to bring us the morning news highlights. Hello, Nolene.
Hi, Kieran and Kingsley. Good morning, Nigeria. Here is the news. President Muhammadu Buhari says for Nigeria to effectively embrace sustainable development, institutions such as the legal profession must remain deeply committed towards promoting good governance. At the inauguration of the magnificent body of benches complex in Abuja, the president maintains that it is only when justice thrives that a society is assured of development.
As the 2023 general elections draw near, the significance of the legal profession becomes even more pronounced, considering the vital roles you play in the electioneering process, both at the pre- and post-election stages. I hope you maintain the position of an honest arbiter.
Vice President Yemi Osinbajo has inaugurated a state-of-the-art edifice at the Nigeria Governors Forum Secretariat. The Vice President, who did not deliver a speech during the event, dedicated the new complex for the service of God and humanity. All critical stakeholders in Nigeria's 2023 electoral processes have been tasked to conduct themselves in a manner that will not only guarantee the desired success, but also a smooth transition from one democratically elected government to another. President Muhammadu Buhari threw the challenge while engaging members of the National Peace Committee on efforts towards protecting and sustaining the nation's democratic enterprise.
Commitments based on your directives to ensure that there is security, there is level playing field. It is my hope that the National Peace Committee continues this important work post-2023.
President Muhammadu Buhari has welcomed the initiative undertaken by the National Peace Committee to commit all political actors to issue-based campaigns devoid of incitement, personal insults and attacks. This was during a video message to the signing of the first 2023 National Peace Accord by the presidential candidates organized by the National Peace Committee in Abuja.
The general elections is more than an election. It is an opportunity to serve Nigeria, to defend Nigeria, and to uphold her unity and progress.
Unity, equity, and opportunity, these are some of the words that resonate as the nation looks at the role of the elites in nation building. This was at the Nigeria at 62 Independence Anniversary Lecture with the topic Elites and National Unity, organized by the Interministerial Committee on the Independence Celebration.
Sacrifices that a nation requires to stay united and to believe in their nation enough not to destroy it. So it's our responsibility. It's our responsibility as the elite. Not because we are nice people. Not because we are men and women of great faith. No.
As the nation continues to pay attention to transportation system, the Authority of the National Inland Waterways wants concerted efforts and support in harnessing the resources of the system.
Then there are key policy initiatives which we have adopted in NIWA. Some of them include a proposed amendment bill of the Authorities Enabling Act to empower the authority to better meet its mandate. We realized that the bill as it is today does not really provide us the needed authority for us to be able to actualize in full detail our mandate. And I'm happy to say that the National Assembly is giving it attention.
In other news, the meeting of the Africa First Ladies Peace Mission at the 77th United Nations General Assembly has ended with far-reaching recommendations aimed at addressing all forms of gender-based violence and other related issues affecting women and girls in Africa.
It is a very remarkable tenure of the First Lady in the sense that both at the regional, continental, as well as the global levels.
She has now taken it upon herself to be the champion to push forward issues that are related to peace and insecurities.
That's the news for now. The program continues with Kieran and Kingsley after the break. I am Nolene Ebel Ame. Good morning.
The 62nd Independence Day Celebration Planning Committee announces activities lined up for the celebration as follows. Jumu'at Public Lecture. Date Friday, 30th September 2022. Venue National Mosque, Central Business District, Abuja. Time 10 a.m. Special Jumu'at Prayers. Venue National Mosque, Central Business District, Abuja. Time 1 p.m. Presidential Broadcast. Date Saturday, 1st October 2022. Time 7 a.m. Military Parade. Date Saturday, 1st October 2022. Time 8 a.m. Announcer Planning Committee.
When times are tough, we know that as a mother, one thing you should never compromise on is your family's oral health, because they deserve the best. Oral-B, all-round protection. It's great value. It protects your mouth from harmful bacteria and also protects you against tooth holes and gum problems which can lead to tooth loss. It strengthens your family's teeth and gives them all-round protection. So remember, protect their future. Oral-B for healthier, stronger teeth in just 1 week.
A new edition of TV Guide is out, featuring an impeccable personality with purposeful leadership. Alhaji Mohammed Mitakobi, the Executive National President of Road Transport Employers Association of Nigeria.
In 774 local governments, we'll be able to put all our structures in everywhere. I'll be able to bring the retail members together to reconcile them to come and work for the progress of the association.
Welcome to a world of fun and excitement as we also present an assemblage of professionals in the media space. Some compelling NTA programs, current trends in the fashion world, ICT, sports, entertainment, and lots more. Get a copy at the vendor near you or any NTA station nationwide. TV Guide, your indispensable companion.
What is happening? Your eyes are red. You are armed with a machete and a gun.
See, I am angry and I can't even contain it. See.
Oh, my guy, calm down,
See,
calm down.
See, Oga, I have planned to go and destroy these people's businesses in the city. I have to retaliate for what they've done at our own place. They cannot eat their cake and have it now, never.
If you destroy their business here, and they destroy that of those close to you over there, especially that your brother who sends you steady cash, how would you survive? Would your dreams be on hold?
What you're saying is correct. But I'm still angry.
best way is to embrace peace. With peace and unity,
my people, let us embrace peace and unity. Let's learn to live as brothers and sisters for a progressive, prosperous nation. This message is brought to you from the Federal Ministry of Information and Culture.
As the 2023 elections draw near, remember, evil prospers when good men and women only wish for peace, but never take a step to make peaceful elections happen. Are you a father? Are you a mother? What are you saying to your children as elections approach? Have you warned them not to let themselves be used to cause violence? Have you explained to them what the consequences of electoral violence might be? Do your part to make peaceful elections happen. Talk to your children. Protect them from unscrupulous politicians who want to put them in harm's way, while their own children are comfortable at home, within, and outside the country. Let's join hands to make 2023 elections peaceful. This message is from the National Orientation Agency, NOAA.
Dialogue, empathy, love, and unity. These are vital components of nation building.
For all to be well, we appeal that we should refrain from volatile, provocative, inciting messages and language.
Let's build and not destroy.
All right, we thank you for staying with us on Good Morning Nigeria. And now it's time for business news. African Export-Import Bank launches Afrexim Bank Trade Payment Services, also known as AFPay. Details with Aleka Obanachi Arawa on business news.
African Export-Import Bank, Afrexim Bank, announces the commercial launch of Afrexim Bank Trade Payment Services, also known as AFPay. AFPay is an intervention designed specifically to address banking challenges confronting African economies due to the withdrawal of many international banks from the continent as a result of stringent regulatory and compliance requirements as well as costs. Dennis Dinya, Executive Vice President, Finance and Administration, Afrexim Bank, said introducing AFPay into the market will promote cross-border trade on the continent, connecting Africa with international financial ecosystem that will accelerate its development and economic growth. Meanwhile, the Central Bank of Nigeria says 9.3 trillion naira has been invested in various development finance interventions, out of which 3.7 trillion naira has been repaid, while about 5 trillion naira are long tenured to the manufacturing sector. Speaking in Abuja, CBN Director, Development Finance Department, Dr. Yusuf Yila, said the best performing intervention was the Commercial Agricultural Credit Scheme, and that 400 billion naira have so far been recovered from farmers out of the 1 trillion naira disbursed.
Some of it, yes, are to smallholder farmers. But like I did an interview early this year, and I said every single person who's taking that loan, smallholder farmer, is going to pay. We have his BVN. We are going to be, in fact, we've started what you call the Global Standing Instruction, the GSI. We will continue to pull the accounts in the banks that they lend through, or whichever bank that they have accounts. And anytime we see any funds, we'll recover that. We've also started recovering loans from state governments. We have been doing a loan workout program from them, and we're debiting their FAT directly, for the loans. So if a state government has taken 1 billion and it's already in default, over a 6-month period, we're going to be debiting them 150 million every month. So we started that program. So every single loan that has been given out through any of our intervention programs must be paid back.
With business news, Alika Obanachi Arawa.
Thank you very much, Aleka Opanachi Arwa, for the business package on Good Morning Nigeria. Next is newspaper review.
All right, it's now time for newspaper review, and we'll begin with the Daily Trust newspaper for today. And Yoruba North, Lawance bow signals end of a 24-year journey in the National Assembly. Lawance bow signals end of 24-year journey in National Assembly. That's, of course, the nation's Senate President. Details of that story is on page 24 of Daily Trust newspaper. Ayu bribed us with millions, 6 PDP NWC members allege. Ayu bribed us with millions, 6 PDP NWC members allege. That's on page 6 of Daily Trust. Nigeria Air questions doubts as federal government unveils Ethiopian Airlines as core investor. That's on page 20. At peace accord signing, don't fight dirty. Buhari tells Tinubu, Atiku will be others. We're at critical stage. That's it. Riders to that. We're at critical stage, according to Jonathan, the former president. Fake news, misinformation, threat to poll. Abdul Salami will monitor candidates, parties, conduct spending. Okay. Will monitor candidates, parties, conduct, and spending. That's according to the INEC. Governors reject federal government's plan to privatize 5 power plants. That's on page 7. India tops importation of Nigerian goods in the second quarter of the year. That's on page 18. Father remanded for attempting to sell daughter for 20 million naira in Benue State. That story is on page 17. All right, Kinsley.
Okay, we also have the Daily Sun newspaper. There's an earpiece there beside the name flag. It says PDP crisis takes new twist as 4 NWC members refund 122.4 million naira allegedly given to them by Ayu. NWC, of course, stands for National Working Committee. ASU strike, that's the kicker. Autumn urges federal government and ASU to shift grounds. You have details of that on page 8 of the Daily Sun. Amid Buhari's caution, presidential candidates sign peace accord. Shetima stands in for Tinubu, placed Nigeria above regional and sectional interests, according to the president. And you can see members of the National Peace Committee, as well as the presidential candidates and party chairmen, at the signing of the first peace pact for the 2023 elections at the International Conference Center in Abuja yesterday. APC withdrawal of letter to Tinubu tears NWC apart. Members want Buhari presidential candidate served. 2023, I will remove structures retarding Nigeria's progress. That will be Yobe North, Lawan surrenders, rules out appeal against judgment on senatorial ambition.
Yeah, no choice for now.
The headline says Lawan surrenders, rules out appeal against judgment on senatorial ambition. NECO releases 2022 SSCE internal results, records 70% pass in math and English. INEC threatens parties with fresh sanctions over hate speech and campaign funding. We have details on page 13. Well, Kira, a number of interesting stories.
Exactly.
Most of them, of course, around politics.
Politics, yeah.
Let's begin.
It's on already. I mean,
absolutely. They had a flag off of formal campaigns on Wednesday, and today is Friday already. So let's begin with the story around the incumbent president of the Senate, Dr. Ahmad Lawan. You know, there's been a lot of toing and froing about his ambition again to contest next year's election for Yobe North Senatorial District. He's been in the National Assembly since 1999. He was first in the House of Representatives and then came on to the Senate, and now, of course, is president of the Senate. So, in a sense, he is in a position to tell the story of the National Assembly in the Fourth Republic, if you may, in the first 24 years of the National Assembly. So he has a rich history, he has a rich background. And now that Makina, who is, or Machina, I'm not quite sure of the correct pronunciation of the name, Machina has himself been dogged. He says he's not standing down, he's resisted all forms of pressures. Now they've gone to court, and the court, of course, has ruled in favor of Machina. So it's obvious that Machina is the one who's good. Because don't forget, Lawan tried to seek the presidential ticket of the APC. He failed on that. Well, he didn't succeed. Not that he failed. He didn't succeed. And they tried to make him the sole consensus candidate. He also didn't succeed.
Political maneuverings, do not work all the time. No matter how highly placed that you are, because what Machina did was to say, look, I have contested for this election and won the primaries. And my brother and friend, contested for the presidency. I mean, there are two different platforms. So I won mine. And this time around, because
unopposed.
He won. He won, exactly. Yeah. And someone will tell you, "Oh, look, please come, let's discuss, and let me take over the play." It happened in Enugu some time ago when a certain politician, who was elected in the primaries, had to step down for Chief Jim over the van.
Yes,
he didn't have. You recall that? Exactly. So it's that was what Lawan actually tried to see how he can turn around, but it was not possible. But Machina has his own ambition as a human being. I mean, you should allow him to contest and go and try it out. How many years from 1999 till now, the National Assembly, he has done his bid, and of course, NTA does the Senate President.
Yeah, that's right. And of course, he has a doctorate, so he has, as the saying goes, he has a second address. Probably it's not useful for him from June next year when the 9th Assembly wraps up. From June next year, in the absence of anything else, he has more business to do, more work to do outside.
How you bribed us with millions, 6 PDP National Working Committee members? I mean, this is not no longer a kind of allegation, as we know it, because it's already open. It's on the domain, the public domain, and the fact that people are, even posting the account numbers with which they returns the money given to them. That for me shows that it's no longer a rumor or an allegation. It did take place, and the people are returning their money for the first time. Of course, a politician or politicians are returning money. I mean, what must have led to this? Because
EFCC is not involved.
No.
EFCC is not involved.
It's self-discipline.
This is self-purge.
Yes, the tempo. Yes, say, look, this money is not a cool one. I'm not going to have it this time around. But it's really a good development with respect to morality in politics, because we don't have to do away with that. Because the moment you do, then of course politics becomes a dirty game, as people used to say. But this time around, we're saying that people are saying that even if it's a dirty game, let the writers get there and make it a clean game and all of that.
Yeah, well, Kieran, still, these are stories that are coming out now, and they are by way of allegations. Still, in my view, IU has not responded to the claims by these persons. But what we are just talking about has to do with the fact that if it turns out to be true that party members, that's the members of the National Working Committee, received various sums of money into their accounts, and that the money was supposed to be for 2 years' rent. I'm seeing one figure here, 36 million. I don't know where they are they renting?
Renting an airport? Or
I wouldn't know. So these are the issues that, of course, will play out. As we said, this is perhaps just some internal cleansing just yet. You don't have any external bodies, ICPC, EFCC, that have stepped in just yet to say, well, gentlemen, let's shake you down and then know what you guys did. Yes.
They have purged themselves, so and this is the highest.
I said they are purging. I said they have finished purging.
Okay, they are still going to.
It looks like they are still purging.
More may have collected this money. Now, and this is the highest working instrument of the party, the National Working. I mean, it's the highest echelon of the party's operational, system. And if at that level they can get that corrupt, then of course something is wrong somewhere. If they now take over power, what's going to happen? That's the story for another day. Yeah, allegedly, yes.
They will sort themselves out.
Exactly.
Ultimately. Well, Kieran, the signing of the first National Peace Accord yesterday was a very significant milestone in the electoral process ahead of 2023. This, of course, the parties and the candidates have committed to issue-based campaign while eschewing hate speech, fake news, and the kind of incendiary comments that we have seen lately. It was very important that the spokesmen of the candidates were also required to be in attendance at the event. The INEC chairman, of course, used the occasion to remind political parties of the provisions in the Electoral Act 2022, together, of course, with the Inspector General of Police, who also, as it were, read the Riot Act and then urged caution on behalf of everybody. But I think that, Kieran, one of the things that the Fourth Republic has thrown up, this is not the first time we have had campaigns in this country. But you can see probably the last decade or so of the Eastern Republic, you just have persons who have no training whatsoever in communication, pretending or purporting to be speaking for candidates or speaking for political parties. Assuming you have no training or experience in strategic or political communication, you could then go for such training. But in this case, they hardly ever do such things. And that is why you find persons who they are disrespectful of their opponents, disrespectful of the medium, and sometimes even disrespectful of the audience that is supposed to be listening to them.
It's just putting a square egg in a round hole. That's what happens. And people come and say, look, you are a spokesperson for a political party, and they go there quarreling, even on live TV, quarreling and using all manner of words that should not be heard on television. And that's not how a party can be represented. It's because of not appointing the right persons who have the right language to communicate, to the Nigerian public. So it becomes a quarrel here and there. Someone will say, I'll tear you into pieces. You hear one say that if I get you, I'll squeeze you. These are supposedly, honorable people, who have held their positions, in this country, and they're talking this way on TV and elsewhere and on social media as if it's a personal attack. I mean, it's unbelievable. Well, on this note, brother, we're going to call it a day on this segment.
This is part of review segment.
Exactly. And we're going to return and, of course, focus our attention on the continued conversation on the nation's 62nd independence anniversary. For now, let's take a short break. We'll be back very shortly.
Nigerians, elections are here again. Let us shun violence. Let us play the game according to the rules. Do not be a thug. Say no to violence. Let's rise and defeat violence, crime, and sabotage against the peace of our nation. Nigeria is the only country we have. We must do everything to keep it united. We must avoid any act that promotes hate and disintegration. Say no to separatist movement, terrorism, fake news, hate speech, religious bigotry, and any act that tends to divide us as a nation. Watch out for strange gatherings and suspicious movements. Restrict access to sensitive documents and data, the disclosure of which may damage national security. Educate your staff and family, particularly on measures to safeguard information and report security breaches. Apply relevant legal security guidelines to protect yourself and your neighbors. Due to misinformation and wrong choices, some idle persons resort to vices in their greed to get rich quick. They resort to kidnapping, killings for rituals, and other heinous crimes. Avoid wrong use of the social media. Before you broadcast that false message, think twice. Ask whether it will promote peace or violence. For safety at home, still be security conscious. Educate your household on safety tips. Report all suspicious movements and persons to the security agencies nearest to you. Be a good citizen. Be patriotic. To pass security information, please call 0813-222-2105, 0915-339-1309, 0908-837-3514, or send a mail to dsspr@dss.gov.ng. This message is from the Department of State Services, DSS.
We are all Nigerians. Against all odds, we shall and must remain united. We may have our challenges, our problems, and setbacks. However, together we shall overcome them
all. What doesn't break us shall make us stronger. This is the mindset that shall bring peace, progress, and prosperity to our beloved country. Do not let tribal and religious sentiments govern how you think, act, or feel. Don't be influenced by those who want to destroy our precious national unity. Everybody who is a Nigerian is your brother and your sister. This is the mindset of the new Nigeria. It is also the mindset that we must all adopt. Let us support each other in creating the Nigeria of our dreams. This message is from the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA.
What we face mostly now are flashes of cowardly attacks from the rump of groups that have been routed in one location or the other, moving to another to give the false impression that they are still strong. Our ultimate goal is to eliminate them altogether and restore total and lasting peace over every inch of the Nigerian soil. Sounding tall, we take it home. We are determined to ensure that every inch of the Nigerian soil is safe. That determination is there. The order has been given. But we shall continue to protect the lives and property of Nigerians and foreigners in our midst. We shall continue to work for the peace of the nation and deter elements that constitute threats to the people. We shall bear the full powers of the government to secure every inch of our land. We shall not rest until peace is fully restored to Nigeria.
This message is brought to you from the Federal Ministry of Information and Culture.
Well, the housing solution we have developed is a multifaceted one. First, we have tried to lead a program to build what we think will be an acceptable and hopefully affordable housing based on surveys we did in 2015-2016 and construction that started in 2017. And that's going on in 24 states as the National Housing Program.
This message is from the Federal Ministry of Information and Culture.
You're watching Good Morning Nigeria live on the network service of the Nigerian Television Authority. To begin our conversation, which is on resetting our national values as part of our celebration of Nigeria at 62, let's listen to this background report compiled by our correspondent, Joseph Otsen.
Midnight, October 1st, 1960, the green and white flag was raised, symbolizing Nigeria's independence from the British administration. More than 200 ethnic groups amalgamated by the colonial administration back in 1914, when the southern and northern Nigerian protectorate were combined to create the colony and protectorate of Nigeria, literally had a mandate of building a strong and united nation they desire. But building a nation requires enshrined values, guiding acceptable norms, principles, practice of government, economy, human relation, justice, and obligations. Since attainment of independence, Nigeria has continued to define its core values towards building a great country. Today, the country's values are embedded in Section 23 of the 1999 Constitution, where discipline, integrity, dignity of labor, social justice, religious tolerance, self-reliance, and patriotism are stated. 62 years of nation building, many believe upholding these values are far-fetched for many, as indiscipline and corruption hold sway, with corrupt persons celebrated as models for younger generation. Years of these moral decadence have only forged decaying socio-economic life, resulting to increasing youth restiveness, insurgency, kidnapping, communal clashes, and lack of accountability among other social vices. And honoring those who have contributed to development of the nation and senior citizens are ways the government is seeking to promote dignity and good morals. As the nation marches closer to its 62nd independence anniversary, there is a call on the elites to play a critical role in galvanizing the masses to sustain the nation's unity, indivisibility, and shared cultural values. Perhaps there is a need to reset the national values, but what really led to decline in adhering to the values, and what significance are strong national values in guiding the behavior and development of the country. Guests on Good Morning Nigeria will analyze Nigeria at 62, resetting national values as panacea to a progressive nation.
All right, thank you very much, Joseph Hossein, for that background report. We have guests with us here in the studios for today's conversation. They are regular guests on Good Morning Nigeria. Dr. George Moghalu, who is Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of the National Inland Waterways, NIWA. Inland Waterways Authority. NIWA is right here in the studios. Dr. Moghalu, glad to have you this morning.
A pleasure. A pleasure.
Also here with us in the studios is Dr. Uyem Akpabio, Executive Director, Institute for Ethics and Professional Studies, based here also in Abuja. Dr. Akpabio, glad to have you this morning.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, and we also have with us here in the Abuja studio, Dr. Abdurrahman Abu Hamisu. Dr. Hamisu is a political scientist and public affairs analyst. May I welcome you to this occasion.
Thank you for having me. Good
All
morning.
right, we'll definitely have yet another guest who will be joining us as we make progress in today's conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, it's good to have you once again with us this morning. Let us begin with a practicing politician. You know, we are talking about setting the national values. Every nation is built on certain principles, values, fundamentals, belief system, and what have you. And all that, you know, affect all facets of our endeavor, politically, economically, socially, and what have you. Now, how would you rate Nigeria, or look at Nigeria as a value system, you know, from inception? That's from 1960 when we gained independence. There has been a trajectory of our behavioral pattern, the way we do things, you know, the way we do politics, the way we carry out our activities as a nation. How do you value our moral values and our general national values as a nation?
It's for me, right?
Yes.
Okay. Let me study from this perspective. The mere fact that we're discussing resetting it means that there's a problem. Because if the narrative were correct, if what is happening were as expected, in line with what's enshrined in our constitution, in line with our moral values and standards, I don't think the issue of resetting it will come. So for us to be talking about resetting it, it means there's a fundamental problem. And I very much agree with you that we have this challenge and we must look at it critically with a view to actually resetting it, because a society grows by the example of its leaders. And you can't plant orange and expect apple in return. So we are getting, what we are seeing today is rather a reflection of what we sowed. And something has to be done to reset it to the actual way it should be, to reflect the real intentions of those who set it up ab initio. Now, for me, the basic challenge we have here is the fact that we have lost discipline. Because you can't talk about any value without first of all addressing the issue that is fundamental to it, and that fundamental basic is discipline. The society appears to be undisciplined in our actions, in our activities, in our thought pattern and what have you. Because we reflect that indiscipline, it goes down. And indiscipline in a society is such that people learn, people act based on what they see or what they hear. So there is this fundamental, this basic problem that we have a society that is undisciplined. And every resetting we have to do, we have to start it from that basic perspective. Look at it from our schools, look at it from public office, look at it from our individual lives, even in our private lives. How disciplined are we? Because if you don't have a disciplined individual, you cannot have a disciplined society. Because we all reflect, we all act based on the circumstance, and people look up to us. The truth about it is that even in our nuclear families, our children look up to us. And when they see us, what things we do is a reflection, or what things our children do is a reflection of what their parents do, whether you like it or not. Because if you keep giving instruction, do it this way, do it that way, and you do the negative, the children certainly will do the negative. Because not about what you say this time, it's about what you do. And that is what they learn. And that is what happens in the entire society. Because for you to build a whole society, you have to build a family first. So the failures we have today manifesting in our individual families is what is manifesting in the entire nation. Because we are indisciplined, and we must address that. And the moment we are able to address that, then we have started the process of resetting the entire narrative.
Thank you very much, Dr. George Moralu. Dr. Oyumakpabio, let's also have your take on this. I want to pose my own question this way, but also incorporating a part that Kieran raised, namely, to remind ourselves, at least those of us who are of age, that Nigeria was not always like this. Today we are saying we want to reset our national values. It meant that at some point in time, we had national values that governed us as a people, that governed us as individuals, and that kept us going. But we lost our way. How did we lose our way? And then how can we begin to find our way out of the thicket and then reset those values?
Thank you, Kingsley. Obviously, from the conversation, we know there is a decay in morality. And for every structure that decays, it means that the core, the foundation, needs to be reset, needs to be reevaluated, needs to be re-engineered. Yes, we had values, but why did we not progress? It means we did not build the capacity to progress. We did not build the structures that will support the values, that will support the manifestation in different aspects of our lives. And also that we failed in something very fundamental, because leadership has a responsibility at all levels, at the family level, at the community level, cultural level, social level, professional level. So if we do not progress and we don't develop capacity, it then means that something fundamental must have gone wrong at the selection process. Now, if we come back to the environment, what is going on now, the selection process, leadership selection process, that is very fundamental, because people that find themselves in leadership position, people that lead others, must have a compass, an ethical compass, to say, this is where we're going, this is what we have, this is what we want to show. So why did we drop? Why were we not progressing? It means we need, in resetting, we have to look at the selection process of leadership, because the real decay, there's decay generally, but it's more prominent at the level of leadership morality.
Okay, we'll actually go to specifics,
yes,
as we get on. And let me bring in a political scientist here. From what Dr. Moralu said, it's common knowledge now from that assertion that the behavior of a people is largely determined by the characters of leaders. Right, and in political science, there's this behavioral theory that maybe PSC 102 or something. Behavioral theory, which is a reflection of the behavior of the people in power, people who direct the affairs of the people. And if the leader goes wrong, definitely the society will follow suit. Right. So is that a Nigerian situation, or would you read it from any other perspective? That to say, look, what about the value system that we grew up, learning, in our own days? Of course, perhaps we didn't meet this level of indiscipline. Actually, I was also a younger person, when we had the war against indiscipline in the early 80s, where, of course, everybody, to a point, in fact, it was generational. It got to a point where, look, that if you do something that is wrong, somebody will say, look, what I've just done is wrong. If you drop anything on the ground, someone say, pick it up and go to the dustbin and what have you. And that era, just went by like that. And they will not be able to reenact it. So let's get your own perspective to the conversation.
Well, thank you very much for your question. And, well, if you look at Nigeria's challenges, it's more or less like the elephant. It is massive. Wherever you touch is what you feel you are seeing. So the question is always, where do you start from? But I want to say this, that the problem of Nigeria and Nigerians is largely the problem of lack of self-governance. Self-governance. What do I mean by that? I know that if I do this, it's wrong. And that whatever negative action I'm going to take will have consequences on those that are around me and far beyond. For instance, somebody that goes to the market square to detonate a bomb. The target may be one person, but the consequences, the unintended consequences, may spread far beyond the intention of that person. Now, it is utterly ridiculous in this country that as a normal human being, you are driving on the highway, you are expecting that there should be a road safety official to direct you on what you need to do to make the road free for those that are coming from behind you. Now, leadership will play a role, and that is why the issues around moral values or resetting moral values keep on failing in this country. Once that leader that wants to reset the value leaves office, that ends it. It shouldn't be so. If you go to other climes, for instance, in Niger, you go to most of the junctions, you don't find gendarme controlling traffic. You come to a roundabout, because they use roundabout a lot, what we call roundabout. They use it a lot in Niger. You don't see any equivalent of our own VIO or road safety directing people. It shows the level of respect for rules, respect for law, and what I choose to call self-governance. Any society where you don't have self-governance, no matter what you tend to do, the interest of those people will destroy whatever you want to do. And that is what we'll be witnessing in Nigeria, starting from Shagari's ethical revolution and Buhari's war against indiscipline. All of those efforts are there. But when you have constellation of thought that are driving people to pursue interests that are utterly different to the collective interests of the people, then you have a problem. And that was what Professor Peter Eke of blessed memory said in his paper, the dual value system he talked about. He said, when the colonialists came, they met our value system. Those value systems are disciplined value system, and illustrated by saying that you have a dual person in every Nigerian. A Nigerian that is accountable and a Nigerian that is corrupt. He said, when you go to the village association or tribal association, these people are holding offices in those associations. They are accountable. They don't steal the association money. They do everything for the association to survive. Because if you do, you are expelled and excommunicated from the association. The same person goes to the office late. He inflates contract. But this is something that you cannot do in the association. In essence, as Dr. Mogalu said, where people are indisciplined, and this indiscipline cannot be enforced. It's not something that you can legislate. It is a collective resolve of a people to say, I will continue to do the right things. Then when you do the right things, it reflects on you, and that is why the late leader of Iranian Revolution, Khomeini, said, if you want to know the attitude of a people, whether they are disciplined or not, he said, use their roads. He said, don't ask any question. Wherever you go, use their roads. Whatever manner you have on the road, defines a people. Coming back to our airport, you go anywhere in the world, nobody says, Oga, welcome, what you want to bring, come for us. As soon as you touch down in our airport, everybody will go AWire, everybody is running, especially if a VIP, Oga, now welcome, what you will go get, Oga, what you want to bring, come for us. And you want that person to stop smuggling. So it is not even the problem of leadership as far as I'm concerned. I've said this. Previously, I believe that is the problem of leadership. But I'm beginning to question the followership. Today, if you go to your constituency that you want to contest election, the first set of people you will call, the next thing they will ask you is, how much do you have? Not how much integrity do you have? Or what are you coming to do for us? Once you finish that meeting and you do not distribute brown envelope, the next time you call anybody, they say, don't go and waste your time or you not get anything. How do we develop if our own personal interest is what is driving us? And this brings us to the conversation we need to have, to start interrogating the ideology that is underpinning our political economy. We moved from colonial era to mixed economy. Go and check all the literatures. Apart from Isaac Boro uprising of 1956 or thereabout, what other crisis do we have in Nigeria? Then we have money. And General Gowon said the problem is not money but how to spend it. Because the primacy that was governing governance then was collective public interest. So people work tirelessly without expecting anything in return. But they want to retire into their homes. They want to get their... Then suddenly we changed. And we said we want liberal democracy. And from that very particular period, private interests begin to trump public interest. So if I'm to sign a contract, it's not the impact it will have on people. The next thing is what is in there for me. And that is where the erosion of value started. And then because our society usually celebrate those that used to go to the village with big cars, then you are given chieftaincy title. Then all the politicians and all the musicians in your locality continue to sing your praises because you've gone to Nigeria and conquer. What did you conquer? You deny them education, you deny them power, you deny them healthcare, but you are the celebrated brand in the society. And then the young people will grow and say, oh, if this person can make it, then I can make it. So why do I need to go to school? And that is why today you have a generation that is saying, will education help? Whatever you do to make money, so be it. So if you're talking about resetting the value, we must look at those things that are putting pressure on the people. To the extent that however faithful you are as a good Christian, as a good Muslim, a point will come that you have to rethink your stand. When you know that you are going to retire, no home, because federal government is now saying that government cannot do everything alone. And the prices of the private sector, you cannot afford. And then here is a file before you. Your take-home pay is 200,000 naira as a director or deputy director. And then somebody tells you this one, it will just impact Nigerians. This one, you have 10%. Then there is a dilemma. Even the person that will sign, if the person is not a strong Christian or a strong Muslim, they will withhold his signature. And then eventually, if he's to take, even if he goes to consult his wife and children, they'll say, is it only you that is a good Nigerian? That is what everybody is doing. And then you come back, you sign, you get your 10%. So what happened? Nigeria loses.
Okay, Dr. Abu Hamisu, thank you very much for your views. There are, of course, a number of perspectives that all three guests have raised. But I want to start off with the illustrations provided by Dr. Hamisu with regard to driving and the culture of driving. It says if you are driving a car, the way you behave on the road is important. Now, break it down, driving. For you to drive, you must be qualified to drive. How many drivers on Nigerian roads are actually qualified to be at the wheels driving? And qualification to drive means first knowledge of the traffic code. Two, it means certification. After a period of training, you go to driving school and you are trained, and then of course you then go for testing by the VIO to be sure that you can drive. And I'm sure we all see it. You'll see a learner with a sign dangling on the front plate or the rear plate. and the learner is the only person in that vehicle driving, which is against the rules. If you are a learner and you are driving, somebody who is certified to drive is supposed to sit with you while you are driving. You have seen in our urban centers, you have a learner's permit. It's a permit you have, not a license, on front and back. Probably it's a woman or a man, and then you have children inside the vehicle. And the learner is the one who is driving. And so somebody said, no problem, I will get the license for you. I'll process the license for you. And the person processes the license. Where is your license? You whip it out and you see the license is genuine. But we know that you do not, in fact, deserve that license. Which comes back to what Dr. Moghalu was saying about self-discipline. If the individual is a center of universe, if that individual doesn't have discipline in the first instance, what are you taking out to interactions with others? Dr. Moghalu, how can we begin to get into, again, we call it self-administration, self-governance, to say, I shouldn't do this? Is it because we don't fear the consequence of the wrong thing, or we don't say anything goes? Something is supposed to speak to you, your inner mind, to say, this is not right. Yes. You see, it gets back to the business. You used with regards to driving and the explanation you offered. Somebody is supposed to drive that vehicle. You know you are a learner. You're exposing everybody to risk. You don't have a driver's license. You are carrying children in the car. The person who is supposed to be with you, a certified driver, is not there. And you set out to the road. What are you expecting? Now, somebody offers to get you driving license. In fact, situations now is that you can even get the license before you start driving. There are situations like that. You get the license before you start driving. Because I've found myself in a situation where I asked somebody about, I was to recruit a driver. And then I was a lot younger, and then I said I want to be in the vehicle for me to see how you drive. And to be honest with you, he doesn't deserve to drive. So when I now asked him, how long have you been driving? He said, it's not long, less than 1 year. Then I said, can I see your driver's license? He gave me a driver's license. And the license is 4 years.
The first license?
You are the one saying it. As far as he's concerned,
yes.
The license is genuine. He's licensed to drive. Now he got the license before he started driving. Now, you can't plant an orange and expect apples. The basic fundamental problem we have is that we have lost the values at home. There's massive indiscipline at home. Parents don't ask questions today like they asked before. Like when Kingsley started, he made one comment. He said, where did we get it wrong? Because if we're talking about resetting, that's what I said in the beginning, if we're talking about resetting, it means that he was right before, then it's gone wrong. We want to tune it back for it to go back to be right again. So the question now is, where did we start? Where did we start getting it wrong? Because there's this Igbo proverb that if you don't know where the rain started beating you, you won't know when it will stop. You must identify where your problem is, then to be able to address it. Today, what are the core values within the society? We have gone to an extent where the entire process is monetized. Our orientation now is mercantile. Everything you talk about in the society today is reduced to naira and kobo. Nobody is looking at the value system.
And that is why you come to a society, you see a professor within the society, within the community, and in the process of a meeting, a young man will say, oh no, this is not for English, it's for donation. This is time for donation, leave all this too much English. And then they will call one person who we all know is a thief, but he has the resources and he donates the needed money in the community. Every focus is not transferred to him. He becomes the issue. And then the young ones who are growing will not see him as the role model. Excuse me. How he made the money is immaterial. Now you now compare such a person with a man of integrity, a man whose career you can trace from point 1 to point B. And then he goes back again to what Madam did say about our values in terms of choosing leadership. Because everybody looks up to somebody. In our immediate homes, our children look up to us. In the society looks up to somebody. I want to be like so and so person. Time was when we were growing up. When you sit down, they ask you who you want to be like. You call the American president, you call so and so person, you call the professor in your village, you call the engineer. Then, as children, you choose titles: engineer, doctor.
So you want to be a mathematician like Chico B.
Yes, like Chico B. You want to be like Chico B.
Africa.
So these are the things that drive us then. These are the things that drive those. As at the point Kingsley said, was that time when the values were genuine, where the commitments were visible. And then even in your homes, your parents will tell you, no, even your father who did not go to school, even your father who is a businessman, even will tell you that, listen, whatever you're doing, I want you to be like a doctor. He didn't tell you to be like him because he knows he has a deficiency. He thought he wants to be like Chico B. Chico B is a human being. I remember when there was exams we took, and then I came third in that exams in my secondary or primary school, and I came home feeling very good, and then presented my report card to my father that I came third. He didn't talk. So when we finished eating, he called me. He said, those people that came first and second, did they pay extra school fees?
Did they have 2 heads?
I felt very foolish. I was excited that in a class of 40, I came third. He said, I don't know people's children. Why would his own come third when somebody's own came first and second? What I was expecting, the celebration I was expecting I will get, I was denied. He asked me that if I want to be celebrated in this house, that when I next exams, I must confess. So that he can now be bold enough to now call my younger ones and then tell them that you have confessed, so we have to celebrate you. So that is the problem we have. The challenge is that we have said it wrong. We have shifted our values from what it should be to what it should not be. Today, what we are talking about is success in terms of material wealth, not in terms of character, not in terms of credibility. Like you observed, during the time we had a war against indiscipline in this country, you can't throw out trash. You come, you see people queue.
A young boy of 7 or 8 will embarrass you.
We'll tell you that thing you shouldn't throw it away.
Exactly.
Yes, why? You should queue. You come to the airport and it happens like you rightly observed. Don't you go to airports abroad? Then we must also interrogate the process through which leaders are brought up. Because they are role models, they are examples people look up to. If we run a system where you can fraudulently, somebody you know has no character, somebody you know has no value to add to the society, he's thrown up into leadership position, you cannot give what you don't have. So when you find yourself in such a situation, what do you expect? The society is a reflection of those who are administering it.
Exactly. I will stop here for now, because you have hit nail on the head. Against part of what Dr. Ahamisu, did say with respect to whether the leaders are responsible for this. So we're talking about resetting. Who will reset it? You can't go from family to begin to reset. Yeah. And then people who are now in power should be able to do that. That was why I went to why those days. Now, do we need to legislate discipline to be able to effect consequences of misbehavior, either in governance, in families, and what have you? That's what I want I guess Dr. Uyum Akpabio, to speak to. And again, let me say this, because this discipline thing, the former Prime Minister of Britain, Boris Johnson, had to resign as a result of indiscipline. He held a party during COVID-19. What is that? A Prime Minister of a country left. Even the previous one, Cameron, I recall, he had an issue of tax, either that his father did not pay tax or that he inherited his father, so he didn't pay tax. He paid it as a Prime Minister of a nation. So now that means that if a growing child in Britain will not look, if a Prime Minister can be this disciplined, I will be. So, madam, do we need to legislate discipline to see how we can, because there's no way we can reset it deliberately without using some kind of law, to be able to do that, or some kind of machinery, which we saw about the National Legislation Agency of the early 80s, which also made it possible for Nigerians to begin to be, sensitized about misbehavior and so on. Should we legislate discipline, in our system?
Thank you, Karen. The law is already there. The provision is there. So why are we not complying? It means some issues were raised here. The issue of capacity in the example given of the driver's license and so on. The issue of capacity was given. Then in the issue of leadership, role modeling, not just at all levels, starting from family, cultural, social, professional, and the rest of it. Then the issue of high expectation, because somebody said that the father said, why were you not? So do we have expectations in trying to self-regulate? Discipline is actually something that is a personal responsibility. It's already there. It's a personal responsibility, but there must be structures in place. We have the policies, we have the legal instruments, we have all those, but we also need to put ethical structures. What are ethical infrastructure? For example, in 2017, during the budget speech, Mr. President said, under my watch, that old Nigeria will fade away, a new one will emerge. And how was a new one going to emerge? We will change our habits and change Nigeria. Fundamental. Big declaration. But we all went to sleep. What structure was put in place? Did we have an ethics infrastructure? Now at the presidency, did we have an office that will run with this? That was a presidential declaration, a clarion call of monumental value, realizing that we have derailed, and under my watch it's going to be restored. And this is a strategy that we will change attitude and change Nigeria. Now, what attitude are we going to change? Discipline. Now, the baseline is lawfulness and unlawfulness. We know that the issue is lawlessness. That's anything goes. That's the issue of this. Anything goes. Why should anything go? Why is it not going in foreign other climes? Because the ethical structures are there. In Nigeria, if at the presidential level, at the ministerial level, at the state government level, family, social level, do we have ethics committees? And ethics committees are not manned by just anybody. Have we developed a critical mass of people that understand the issues so that they can be value creators as trainers, as coaches, as counselors, as ethics auditors, and as compliance officers? This is what is happening globally. That's why you will not see somebody in that Niger roundabout, because the ethics committee is working. You have critical mass of people that know their job as counselors, ethics counselors, at different units, as coaches and trainers, creating values.
Please do explain further.
Yes.
What is ethics infrastructure or ethics structure? And when I say the law, does it exist in Nigeria? Or if not, how can we effect it?
Okay. Now we already have, as a national objective or social objective, we know that Nigeria sits on a tripod of freedom, equality, justice. And then we have the political objectives of peace, faith, unity, progress. Now, how, and these things are now broken down into policies and so on and so on. But do we have an ethics infrastructure? Meaning, a creation of government as an ethics office that has, where capacity is developed, critical mass of professionals are developed with a budgetary line. Because how would you implement an ethics policy when you say we will change our habits and change Nigeria? Who will implement it? Who will drive it? What's under what structure? Because now what the issue will be, if this comes, under which ministry, under which structure, under this. Now, when you have that, you now know that at different units, you will have ethics committees. We see it all over. We read about it. There's no environment that you go that you don't have an ethics and risk committees. We will hear of scandals in government projects, big agencies, and you now go in there and see there's no ethics committee, because that becomes the first structure, the first unit that ensures there's accountability, or if you are doing any audit, that is where you get the information. So we cannot go beyond our capacity. Ethics is a skill. You, like every other skill, you acquire it. But most importantly, just like we said, leadership is very important, because leaders are influencers at the family level, at the cultural level, the professional level, the political level, and all that. Leaders are influencers. And there are pillars, of character for leaders. You even just looking at your members, you start thinking of my head as a leader. Am I visionary? That is where the eye is. Is my tongue mild for me to have temperate or utterance? Are my hands clean? That is integrity. Is my mind sound? That is capacity. Do you have knowledge and skill to? Because the issue of the driver and the license is basic. For you to be law abiding, you must have the capacity, knowledge that to drive, you must know how to put gear and all that. And if by any chance you miss it, then something corrects you. And in trying to drive the leadership role, you see somebody mentors you, the driver mentors you. Who is mentoring in ethics? Who is counseling? Who is coaching?
Yes. You want to add something?
Yes. For me, granted, the perspective Dr. Babio raised, but I think the key here is the driver of the process, the drivers at all levels. You see, because you can put laws like we have enough. You can put regulations like we have enough. But somebody has to be at the head. And the mistake we keep making is that we see leadership only from the political perspective. But the impact of leadership is more at the non-political levels, beginning with the homes. Because if there are values that the family does not accept, and remember, I copied this from an older, very senior friend. The only advice he gives his children when they're traveling overseas, and he does that at the airport when they are going, he sends them off to the airport. He calls you. He says, remember whose son you are. Before you take any decision, remember whose son you are. Before you do anything, remember whose son you are. Ask yourself, will daddy accept it? The moment you ask yourself, will daddy accept it, and you feel that I will accept it, do it. But if I will not accept it, don't do it.
Refrain.
He turns back and goes, I copied it from him. You see, because it's a very powerful tool. You have put a serious burden on the person. It goes back to now look at it from the perspective of who is my father? Who is that person? Because we, the parents, no matter how we look at it, we are the first people our children look up to in our actions, in our deeds, and then we translate it to society. Because if somebody knows that his dad is dishonest, his dad cannot be trusted, and if that his dad goes to public office, what do you expect him to do? He will still reflect who he is, and then it will run down on society. So for me, leadership is key, very strategic, but leadership at all levels, not necessarily at political level.
Sorry if I just...
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. I know what Dr. Akpabio are itching to say something. Let's also take a look at this. You know, there are a number of modes of learning. And part of what you have spoken about this morning has to do with imitation.
Yeah.
Imitation is a very powerful mode of learning. When you look at the animal kingdom, particularly for simians, you know, apes, and then when you get to the highest order, which is human beings, the way we grow is by imitation. I see my parents do this, I do it. I see my elder ones do this, I do it. I see my neighbors do this, I do this. In the process of imitating them, if I don't get sanctioned for bad behavior, and then I inculcate that bad behavior and I exhibit it. But if I get sanctioned for it, don't try that thing next time. And the profile you raised, Dr. Mogalo, to say, remember the child of whom you are, is something that is embedded in your brain. At all material times, why should I do this? Why should I do this? Yes, it's like a shocker. It brings you back to reality when you seek to derail. But I don't know, because sometimes we get pressed for time on this program. We can go on and on discussing this. I throw this in from time to time when I ask the question about, hey, Nigeria wasn't always like this. We can't go back to that era now. But the destruction of the civil service in 1975 and 76, following those mass purges, wrecked the vast control systems that ordinarily would have had, either in the bureaucracy, in restraint, in maintenance of law and order. Our people have a saying that it is what makes a child to laugh that will also make a child to cry, if you are not careful. When we were reading those headlines in the Daily Times, in the Nigerian Observer, and hearing it on radio, you said you will get 250 dismissed. So now retired. These are persons who were being compulsorily retired. I mean, the story was told of a very powerful head of civil service of the Federation, or chairman of the Federal Civil Service in Lagos. You were retired and then you were kicked out of your accommodation in Ikoyi, and you were on the street. Everywhere, there were persons who were retired out of vengeance, out of vendetta, and so on and so forth. And those who were left behind now ask themselves the question, if this could happen to our superiors, then I should find ways of forestalling that same thing happening to me. So we started now bending the rules, twisting the rules, X, Y, Z. And here we are today. I keep raising this, Dr. Abu Hamisu, but we are here today. How do we get back? I know Dr. Akpabio raises this issue of having ethics. Actually, a committee will be part of the ethics structure or ethics infrastructure. In parts of the private sector, you do have this. Go to the financial services sector, for instance. You have compliance units. If you're a credit officer, for you to give out credit for secure transactions, you must be sure that the person to whom you are extending the credit has the capability to pay. Not that you have been compromised to approve the credit, because the more credit that goes out, of course, before you know it, the bank bottoms out, the institution collapses and everybody goes. So you have compliance officers, and they come from different disciplines. And then you also have officers who check one on another in the private sector, depending on the type of business that it is. But Mostly in the public sector, we don't have this. And then mostly also in our homes, we don't have it. There are parents who have abandoned parenting. There are parents who have also engaged in over-parenting. You don't allow your children to grow. You are afraid, oh, I'm doing this for my children. I'm doing this for my children. And then this is where we are. Dr. Hamisu.
Well, you see, I said something earlier on. Dr. Mogalo talked about the shift. The shift. Where did we get it wrong? The violation. And I said it. You cannot have a situation whereby the entire political economic architecture of a country elevates private interests and benefit over and above the collective public interest. So, for instance, going back in the days, the incentive for people to work is the reward system. The reward system. I am working for my retirement. I don't want my career to be touched by any query whatsoever. And I know that if I retire, I will get my retirement benefit, including the house I deserved. So I put in the best to guard government business, so that at the end of it all, I will be celebrated. Now, you now import another brand of practice, and we call it public-private partnership, where we are witnessing the massive transfer of public asset into private ends. Then issues around retrenchment. And don't forget the fact that you have family members who are fathers, uncles, aunts that are under pressure, either by their children that are in the universities. And then we talk about cost-reflective pricing, that government can no longer pay subsidy, and that everybody must become a local government unto himself. So you provide security for yourself, you build a house for yourself, you provide water for yourself, healthcare, you pay for it. And all of these are costs that are coming left, right, center. So the person is already under pressure. And the person must leave. So sometimes people get involved in corruption, in abuse of office, not because they like it, but because they are being drawn, they are being overwhelmed by the demand that is being placed by government policies on them. So if you want people to be upright, I bet you Madam talked about ethical infrastructure. If you like, print the Quran and the Bible and hang it over everybody's neck in this country. Once there is a pressure, they will choose not to see the Quran or the Bible around their necks. People commit heinous crimes in their offices and they call to prayer, they go and pray 5 daily prayers. Even if their conscience is speaking them, is within, they will just say, well, God is all knowing, is all forgiving, He will forgive us. And the same thing happens to the Christians. So it's not as if the people that are acting this way are bad people. But when the society is structured in such a way that as you are coming out this morning, Mr. Kingsley, your child's school calls you to say you are owing school fees for say 2 years, and your landlord is coming. I'm sure you will not be comfortable to anchor this very particular because you know that you have a crisis in you. And somebody will say, well, why? What is happening? It's not composed today. What is making you not to be composed? It's not because they planted needles on the seat you are seated. The needles are coming from different directions.
Do I appear to be feeling those?
Because you are the driver here. If you are not comfortable, you will not be comfortable. Even the questions. So now what we are saying is simple. When the Chinese wanted to develop, they started with rationing of rice. So you have a coupon. So if you get 1 mudu for 1 week, that is 1 mudu for 1 week. It was a sacrifice, and they knew that they were making sacrifice. And today, we are talking about rice in China because there are 2 systems in place. The system that reward both the rich and the poor. And then another safeguard.
I'm sorry to interject. Explain this further. You see, when the Chinese were rationing rice,
yes,
say the equivalent of 1 mudu per week,
yes,
they will not give Tyrion 1 mudu and then give me 2 mudu, say Kinsina because now you.
Yes.
So what informs that behavior? Everybody will get one because you see where it's at. You get one, I get one, she gets one. Everybody do that. You give me, you give Kirian one. You get, I don't care. You would like to take 2 when I get one.
I've said that earlier on. It's self-governance. The officials believe that if I do that, it's an invitation to chaos, and because it's an invitation to chaos, they wouldn't do that themselves, because that will cast them in bad light. And when they come around tomorrow to talk to the people will not listen to them because they know that you are lying. This is what is happening in our own situation. The second thing again is that there is an effective check system. The first check on those officials are the peasants themselves. If they give you 2 mudus, it will tell you, I don't deserve it. All I deserve is 1 mudu. Give me 1 mudu so that you will go around.
Self-governance.
Self-governance.
Greed. In other words, tell me greed.
Okay. Then in Nigeria,
that's part of the issue of discipline.
Yes.
Discipline.
Okay. Yeah. So I want to land, please. Just 2 seconds. Now, the person that's supposed to enjoy the 2 is telling you that I don't need it. I only deserve 1 mudu. Right. Now, if that same person reports you, he is the one that is going to report you to the authority, and they will follow through to ensure that this person is punished. Yes, and that is why I was a bit disagreeing with Dr. Mogalu that it takes 2 to better the society. We could say leaders, but who elect the leaders?
Okay, just like the Chinese statistic you are giving, I don't know what I read last week is correct. The Chinese justice, Supreme Court justice or something,
yes,
has been sentenced to death.
Yes,
for receiving $16 million worth of bribe.
Yes,
and he's going to die.
Yes,
is it the justice or the Minister of Defense?
Minister of Defense or whatever. So that's what. And someone told me a story. He lives in Japan actually, and he said, look, that in Japan, they're not religious in the first place.
Yes.
I mean, they're not religious. Yeah. But if you leave your phone in the marketplace today, if you come back tomorrow, you go there, you pick it up.
Yes.
You pick it up. So let's
the Japanese are religious. They have the Shinto. They may not be predominantly Christian. Shinto. It's traditional religion.
So now
the restraint.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short break now. But when we come back, there are some specific issues I'd like us to interrogate. Exam malpractice, which some parents are also aiding their children to do. Internet fraud, they will call Yahoo today. Giving chief titles without a background check. What is the role of traditional rulers who give these titles? The role of religious leaders as well, who welcome stolen funds and all of that. We're going to interrogate all this when we return. We'll take a short break now, and we'll be back shortly.
I, Muhammad Buhari, I, Yemi of Civic,
wish all Nigerians happy Christmas and prosperous New Year.
The security situation in Nigeria has been reasonably stable in spite of activities of unpatriotic elements engaged in various criminal activities around the country. Daily situation reports coming in from states. 2 months ago, it has shown relative peace on many of our highways, such as Abuja, Kaduna Birnin Gwari, Sokoto, Zamfara, Kaduna.
This message is brought to you from the Federal Ministry of Information and Culture.
Every day in our country, senior citizens are discriminated against, disparaged, and treated with disdain by those who ought to respect them. We are all complicit in the way we have treated the elderly members of our society as institutions, families, or members of a shared society. Every time senior citizens get offered less than they deserve for the work they do because they are old, poor, and desperate, we are failing them. Senior citizen loses a child, and wow, they must be responsible for their death. Every time a senior citizen gets labeled a witch, is called mad, and shooed out of the way because they have no memory of where they were headed and look unkempt, we are failing them. We say, abeg, it all old, make it do die, make everybody for rest. To ailing parents, uncles and aunts. That's discrimination. That is neglect. When you see an old woman getting beat up and being accused of witchcraft, do not turn the other way. Stop and teach people that white hairs, wrinkles and hunchbacks are no evidence of witchcraft. Aging comes with a memory decline. Sometimes it's not out of place to have elderly people lose their way, forget details of their lives, and how to properly take care of themselves. When they get to this stage, they deserve your empathy, not scorn. Our ailing fathers, mothers, aunties, and uncles are deserving of quality healthcare and peaceful transition. Make their last moments memorable. Senior citizens have paid their dues. They deserve your care. Stop all forms of discrimination against them today.
The counsel of our fathers.
I will urge and advise our younger generation to use talent and brain to sort out problems, not arms.
Nigerian youths, let's build our nation together.
All right, so still watching Good Morning Nigeria on the network service of the NTA. Now we are looking at resetting national values. How do Nigerians behave? In the course of our conversation, one of our guests raised the issue of drive culture, that the way people drive could to some extent determine their behavioral pattern or their character. I had that way back in the early 80s. I used to have a friend, who was residing in Australia. He returned at some point in 1985 for the first time since he spent about 10 years or thereabout before he came. So then there was no way against discipline anyway, because I think it was 82 around that, because Shagari was still in power there. I was younger, and he said, is it how people drive here? I said, yes. He said, no. He said, that should not be. I said, well, he said, no. He said, everybody is not disciplined in this country. I said, how could you? He said, look from the head of state to the baby on the street. That was the language he used. He said, because what he saw, he said, he can't even walk on the street, because of the way people drive. He said, it's dangerous. And so, meanwhile, for me, it was normal.
Has it been back since then? So
I don't know. That's it, because I lost contact with him, and all that. And that is what is also obtainable in all other aspects of our behavior, how we value. As a matter of fact, parents go out working out how their child will pass examination, JAMB. They're prepared to bribe for it. So the thing has eaten into the fabric of even the family system and all of that. And I was just wondering, how can this be reversed? Should there be a legislation? Should there be a kind of enforcement? Because if you say resetting, who will reset it? If families do not take it up upon themselves to say, look, let me start this resetting here. I remember some people have already taken up their behavior, what they believe in, and they're behaving that way. And many children or younger people are not even under their parental care anymore. Children that should be with their parents are no longer there. They're on the streets, fending for themselves, deciding for themselves, taking decisions in a harsh economy and what have you. So, how do we get back to it all? Should it be a political movement that will bring this about, or should it be religious? I raised the issue of what are the rules of religious and the traditional rulers in all of this, because after said and done, they are closer to the people.
When you talked about legislation, we have enough laws today to address most of these challenges. But I think the emphasis has to be now on the societal influencers. You have them in politics, you have them in the churches, you have them in the traditional institution, you have them in the agencies that government has created, like the National Orientation Agency and what have you. These are societal influencers. and they need to come to terms with the reality of the moment. Today you have some churches where once the man is influential, he sits on the front row.
What's some? Oh.
What example are you setting? Once we expect you come to church and there's sermon going on, the moment it is a church that has, assuming it's a burial ceremony, or you have very important persons there that money can be gotten from, the church will now be deviated from the normal service to fundraising. It's generally applicable.
It is.
Now, even the parents themselves, like you rightly observed, some parents go out of their way to go and talk to school. Why did how do I help my child to pass JAMB? How do I help my child to get the certificate, this and that? So societal influencers have a role to play. The traditional rulers, like you made, I think either you or Kingsley mentioned in the past, giving titles. You see traditional rulers celebrating people who should not ordinarily be allowed to come into the society, but you celebrate them because probably for mercantile considerations, not necessarily because of who the person is or what he has contributed to society. So these are issues, but the thing is that we have to consistently bring it to the limelight. We need to get people consciously aware that these influencers have a role to play. We encourage them to be talking. We encourage them to communicate, while at the same time ourselves, we get the families to understand the implication, because the way we live is a reflection of the society we live in. And then we set examples for people to look at. And that is why when Dr. Hamisu was talking about, the emphasis is not that the followership is exempted from this malice. No, because the society reflects the reaction of the leaders. For example, when we leaders come to the local communities to ask for their vote and their support, we make promises we know Abuja we're not going to keep. We promise them heaven on earth. We promise them everything. And by the time we go, we fail them. We do it first time, do it second time, the third time they will say no. Yeah. Let's go to what we can get now. Because once the man, we give him this vote and he wins this election, we don't see him again. So the society is actually, the followership is actually reflecting or reacting to the actions of the leadership. Because we throw people who have no character and credibility up. And that's why they now come, when we come for election, the wonderful person who has character, who has credibility, but doesn't have the money to pay his way through, will lose. Because the person who has his way through will buy his way through. The people will say, okay, let me collect this one I'm seeing now, because if this man goes back to Abuja, we will see him again until next election. So it goes back again to the same leadership. Because if we have an accountable system where you come back, that's why in our elections, fortunately, the INEC and their team are resetting the entire process to the extent that the vote will now count. Politicians will now come home to present their report card to their people. I went to Abuja. This is what I was able to achieve. This is what I was able to do. They use that as a basis to see whether I'm going to be re-elected or not. So we are getting to that stage on a gradual process. So you see, everybody has to be involved in resetting the entire agenda. It is all involving, all inclusive, both the political influencers, the societal influencers, the religious influencers, the leadership, because there are societies that people control, whether you like it or not. There are various communities, the traditional ruler is so influential by his action to the extent that he has earned the confidence of the people. So whatever he says, people listen to him. Same thing applies to churches. And because we see in our country, we're very religious. Whether Christian, whether Muslims, we are all very religious. So the religious leaders at their levels have a lot of role to play in this regard. They have to set example not only by what they say, but also by the way they live.
That if some of the religious leaders are behaving like the members of the congregation.
Correct. So that is why there's a general reorientation, because it's not about what you say. Just do what I say, but don't do what I do. No, it cannot work. People have to look up, like you give that example. People look at you. It's exemplary. People naturally we copy. We copy positive and negative. It's a matter of getting the people to understand that the ones negative are not necessary and will not add any value to society.
Okay, madam and gentlemen, we're on the home stretch. In terms of also resetting our national values, can we briefly take a look at those things that we cherish. I'm not of the view that we do not have laws or provisions in the Constitution. Section 23 of the Constitution, Section 24, and some other sections scattered in the Constitution all relate to the values that we're talking about, either value of discipline, of patriotism, self-reliance, avoidance of greed, as well as helping your community and the well-being of the society. Everything is embedded there. But is it possible for us to say, maybe we begin to now ask ourselves the question, because the rat race that we find all around, the greed that we find all around, appears to be targeted at something. Let me just make money. Make money. Dr. Moghalu talked about the mercantilism in our society, these days. Everything just money. And it is how you get it, that unexplained wealth or otherwise is immaterial. Let me have money. Do we understand the language and spirit of money? That money is value-based. That money without value is meaningless. At the end of the day, anyway, whatever money you have, the day the person dies, it won't go beyond 6 feet. So, can we, all the Yahoo, kidnapping for ransom, whatever it is that you are talking about, can people begin to have a rethink? To say, money, yes, it's a money speaks. Money can only speak to an extent. If money is speaking to whom, is money speaking, and is the person listening? If the person is listening, is the person also responding? How can we begin to talk to ourselves about how we say money? The richest nations in the world today, the United States, China, Japan, Germany, and other advanced OECD countries. Yes, they are wealthy. Their values drive their wealth creation. But then they also have a moral fabric. All these ones that we are doing, as the saying goes, we all over the place, and we're in crisis. Dr. Akpabio.
Yes, in resetting our values, we need to reset our expectations and move away from pecuniary displays and motivation to serving the public interest and the general good. For example, in the social this is awash with I don't even know how to call it, the culture of spraying currency, displaying money in events and so on. We have moved from currency notes to throwing bundles, and in some cases even bullion vans and so on. Now the entire system is polluted with the spraying of currency and money. So the motivation, the focus, the expectation is pecuniary. In resetting, we need to change our expectations and motivation from pecuniary motives to serving the general good. What does the economic objective say? Like I said, that we have to harness our resources and distribute it to serve the general good. And the economic system should not entrench or build a system that wealth is centered in the hands of a few or group. So it's at the community level, the traditional rulers, they have a responsibility. What is their expectation? They expect to be respected. Respect is mutual, but they must show character to be respected. They expect to be followed, but they should influence positively. Because when you show love, empathy, and your expectations are right, you will get followers. Traditional institutions and authorities, they have power at that level to ensure that high standards are met by saying, this is the structure, these are the people, even having some people within the council or within the community, that anybody that breaks this bound of decorum, this is the sanction. And anybody that performs exceptionally well, this is the reward. And you have a community honors role. It's not just in hotels and all that, you say the best staff for the month and so on. At community level, they should have honors role. And it's from the honors role that when it comes to where and when leaders are to be selected, the traditional ruler said, fine, we have a catalog, we have the honors roll. If you fall into the honors roll, you are a candidate. If you fall on the blacklist, we don't want you to represent our community. So there's a responsibility. In this same issue of expectation, just like the example that doctor gave, I have this experience. My father of blessed memory, when we were going to school, we all have had fires. When we are going back to school, we are expected to write how we spent our holiday and post it. Then it used to be letter with stamp and post it. They will put it, do all the grammatical correction and put in your file. And when you come back on holidays, you write about your experience the first week. So you see the expectation. What time do you have? So it's like the eye is monitoring you, because the expectation, you're expected to say, how did it go? What did you do? And all that. I didn't, then as children, we didn't know, but we just wouldn't be doing what other people. We feel the eye is watching us. It's a question of expectation and setting standard. Just like you said, why were you not the first and second? Setting at the community level. What do you want your community to be known for? The people that you bring up from your community, if you want them to excel at another level, then you put structures there and ensure that you sanction unethical conduct, you reward the other. And when it comes to political, social, professional, any level of leadership selection, you refer to it. So the people now know that you already have honors roll at that level.
Yeah, so ethical practice should be, it should permeate all aspects of our life. It should pervade all aspects of our life. The irony of this all is that Nigeria is one of the countries that produce a more number of pilgrims, across the globe. Either going to Saudi Arabia or Jerusalem or Rome, as the case may be. And in most cases, when people return from those pilgrimages, instead of coming back with a spiritual message, they will be selling some wares which they bought. Some of them will even be charged for extra, baggaging and what have you. So one would ask, how does such thing reflect in our day-to-day activities? At the point, government is even sponsoring pilgrimages or something that should be an individual thing. And what have you, and in some cases they use it to do a kind of a payback, a reward system for politicians who campaign during politics. You put your name, you are going to Israel for pilgrimage. Suddenly that person is not going there to go and pray, and all of that. So these are the things, and because you see somebody, was nobody in terms of his behavior and character, could be criminal. Because he joined a political party, before you know it, he's raising mansions here and there, and even driving convoy. And you ask yourself, if this guy can do this, man, I've been better than him all this while. So if you can do this, I can do even much better. And they're all put in here. And when that happens, the thing begins to affect the entire society. I think it's part of what we are suffering today. In society, we don't have time really to go on with this conversation, because there are a number of issues and perspectives that we could also, bring in, to make it a full-fledged conversation. So at this point, we'd like to thank all of you for being here this morning. Dr. George Moralo, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, National Inland Waterways Authority. Thank you for coming.
A pleasure. Thank you.
Dr. Rim Akpabio, Executive Director, Institute for Ethics and Professional Studies. It's been wonderful talking to you this morning.
It's a pleasure.
Hope to see you again.
Thank you very much.
And my fellow political scientist, Dr. Abdurrahman Abu Hamisu, with due respect. Thank you for being here this morning.
Thank you for having me.
All right. And that's it. On today's edition of Good Morning Nigeria. We'll see you again on Monday. My name is Kirian Omayo. Do have a good weekend.
That's right. Enjoy your independence holidays. Look after yourselves. Monday is a public holiday, by the way, but Good Morning Nigeria returns same time, 7 o'clock in the morning on Monday. I'm Kingsley Osadolo.
Although social media as a
Latest entrant, latest technology. Welcome to Intel 4G LTE Advanced and experience super fast internet access today. Visit intel.com.ng or any of our stores in Lagos, Abuja, and Port Harcourt to get started. Intel. Live more.
Message is brought to you by the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA, in collaboration with the National Orientation Agency.
I'm actually a passionate baker. I don't rest until everything is done.
When I entered university, anytime I'm broke, I'll make cupcakes and go and sell to the other students.
Decorating cake it's an artistic thing, and art is, dynamic.
Join us on Baker's World every Thursday on the network service of the NTA. Baker's World, celebrating creativity. Don't miss it.
Fasting, you are trying to be closer to God. You are trying to tell God that, yes, I am your child.
I was commanded to obey my mother and worship God and to establish prayers. They are a place that when you come with reverence.
You should tell the believing women that they should lower their grace and guard their modesty.
Until when we meet next time, same station and same time, my name is still Imam Adeyemi.
NTA, you can't beat the rich.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Oh, you don't need this thing now. Why are you taking all these cheap drinks?
I don't understand why you don't want me to enjoy my choice.
Because it's not good for you. It's not even healthy.
You will not understand, doctor. You see this drink where you see like this, so
what about it?
I call it my clearing of forward. Okay? I call it my night station. You see, with this drink, as you know, see, I have a Uber driver. You understand? It's a night station. Even in my car does not have a what's it called, white. And it is raining. It's the night. It's
Please, let's put this aside.
It's okay. Let me do it.
No. Just put this aside. Because by the time I'm done with this thing that I want to give to you, this business, you know that you are not supposed to be taking all these cheap drinks. Please put it aside. Just let's put it aside. You see, I've nominated you. Because I know you very well. You and my friend and my partner were 5 and 6 back then in Ukanafo. And he has said great things about you. I'm talking about Chidi now.
Oh, Chidi! He's my friend and my boss. No, Chidi. So Chidi actually told you about it.
Of course.
Wonderful. You see back then, she was a Chinese star. I was a Chinese star. See, I just need money, but I don't get. I make me don't finish school. By now, I don't even turn to professor or doctor or something. But you see the problem where I get now that simple money we see the stock man. That your teacher friend. Hey! That your teacher friend. That man finish me. That man can flock for Africa. You will flock the living daylight out of you. You flock me showing my black side of black. Look at that. That was say you don't carry the thing come front.
Please stop this. Stop all this shit. Stop all this job. You see, small praise now. You are praising yourself. Only small things I just said about you. You started a school, you started buka. You started doing buka for yourself.
You know what I'm saying? If you don't praise yourself, nobody will praise you. You be like drum now. If you don't drum the thing go rust. Of course. You know, see if you now for my mouth they did. And they carry them all over. And they carry them around. Like I said, you know with this single money I don't get. I don't even finish my professorship now. Or even buy them. I saw them there. Or even I for like by this time now, if I don't save money, enough money where I don't save, then I will go to doctorship or even buy it. I will not be sure that they buy it.
Exactly. That's why I gave your name. You see, as a retired teacher, when I see potentials,
you know that point of corrections, point of artistic and materialistic and comprehensive corrections. Without corrections, sir. You see this thing that you are seeing, that you are just saying it. It is not you saying it. You think it is you. Like they say in the Bible, flesh and blood has not revealed things to you, sir. But the Holy Spirit open your mouth to make you knock me the story. Oh, I want to say so.
Oh God!
I want to say so.
I would like to see this boy.
Give me the story. Give me the gist.
More page. Okay, page. Lower page. Okay. How did edit page? Okay, page. What did happen here? Why Nika? What did happen? Nika, everything happened. What did this?
Ma, she has paid for this one. It's just this one that is remaining.
If she has paid for this one, why not put her and say she don't pay?
I'm sorry, ma. She'll bring this one later. So I'm just waiting for her to bring it.
My account no balance though. My account no balance. This one I will query you. I want to see the money. When she paid, I want to see her. You hear me?
Okay.
Where Charity? I never see her today. Where Charity?
She called me in the morning that she's very sick and she won't get to come from here. Charity.
Charity sick?
Yes, ma'am.
Which kind sickness? None of us close her yesterday.
Yes, ma'am.
This girl can never change. You can't get with this.
Mommy, just give her benefit of doubt. Anybody can be sick suddenly.
So listen up. How many times I don't want to say when I talk to any of my staff, maybe they put your mouth inside. So both of you plan it.
Ah, mommy.
You know
I'm looking out for you.
You are looking out for me. Look where. Check the meat on the fire. As well as the meat is done.
Mommy, it's nothing like this. Don't fire back. It's work. I've already checked it now. It's ready already. But those people, they say they'll come and pick it up by 6. This is just 4.
No kill of fire. Let me put mouth again for my matter. No kill of fire. That day will collect salary. Have you know collect salary?
Mommy, I'll do it. No vex.
Not to say no vex. Go give me my money. Go and bring this money. Okay. I want to know this money. Go and bring it.
Okay.
Which kind thing be this? The one where you supposed to put man, no put mouth. One year, they say.
Mommy, what of the money you promised me?
No problem.
Ah, mommy, now.
Go and tell Charity to give you money.
Convince my watch. Yes. To send you, as in using my own potential to convince them that we should send you for the next delegate for the upcoming election.
Delegate? Come here. For where?
2023 election that is coming up.
Listen. You want to send me as delegate? Not be delegate, but those people will say then they appoint. They make them, then go appoint them, give them dollars. So make them go pick. So now this person they want to, or now this person they don't want, make it represent them for the constituency. No, be so
exactly.
Ma, Basi. Hey!
The democracy is so dumb. You see, some people pay in pounds, some pay in other currency, including dollars. But one thing you must know, hold up, the job.
Yes. It's about chopping down. I have done it very well. But you see, we don't know the correct nails. Not even after all the things that I've suffered in my life. I don't come and be collecting naira when we say you don't flat like old woman. No. I want it in dollars and pounds. I even with money. You know, sir. You know that the D in my name is dollars. That same D in my name is what brought about the carry. You understand? So pay me dollars, sir. When am I getting the money?
Let's relax. Calm down. You see, the money will come. But like I said, the job must be done.
Like I said, Jokes, it's about the job being done. I will done the job. When are we starting, sir? So long as money is involved. I mean, I'm interested.
This is how we are going to be about it. We're going to tell the village.
Don't worry, I know the whole environment in Okanawa. Other places are all open. That's all of them. You understand? I had friends in grassroots levels. You have my confidential. Oh. That one is very important.
Okay. Whatever we see, we take. This is business.
No matter what I do, you love me unconditionally. You show up for me every day. No matter when I show you, you show me love. You show me, no matter when I show you, you show me love. You show me love.
How are you? Don't. See my baby. You feel it? How are you? What did they happen? You see this? You will not do. This will not really feel like this.
I don't hear you.
It's not with the difference.
Eh?
You see, the that is in my name, hold on. You know, I told you I'm a royal priest too.
Yes.
I'm a very well-to-do family.
Yeah.
That deal that is in Buddha is for dollars. And it also is delicate. So you see this Buddha when they see now, I'll be delicate. Life don't change. Life don't change. Buddha wants something. What's that? Super. That's fantastic. You know what you are going to do for me? Because I know you are about to close down. That's why I tell you, I want to see just few people here. Okay? So again tomorrow, I want to walk down for 72 beautiful women. You understand? And then
wait
now, all of you.
Wait now, not serve anybody yet. This your delegate, where you talk.
What is
because the delegate where I know before. Na charity work they do for their borderland.
Yes.
But this your own charity can't get money for inside.
The charity knows no. I understand. I don't say that place where you go. That's where you travel. You understand? You don't know how things they happen for this. Things don't change. You see the delegation money will work when they involved with this comment something. You know, like those cases of Baba Awolowo, Obafemi Awolowo, Philip Emefiele, and then Yakubu Gowon, and then Nantes. You understand? Those ones now, people who do charity work, when you see everything, they just keep on like that. No problem. But you see, the delegation of today comes with serious money. And money. Without it money, I'm a delegate. I've got money.
Okay, without dollar, without delegate.
Oh, yes.
Now, may I ask you one thing? This money, where you do inside your own delegates? What will be this money? Not be bribe.
Not bribe. Not bribe. Martinez, every small thing you are jumping the road. Don't be bribe. Let me teach you. Martinez, you go school. But you went to university. Right or wrong? Right or wrong? Right or but the company they say university, you won't allow university to be so no go to you. Because I remember I said that time when you did university, if you want to do research, if you want to do project, you do research. You go pay every year. Okay.
She go pay.
Thank you. I love you. I love you, young kids.
Hey, sexy. Are you going my way? Will you mind the ride?
That one depends on.
Depends on what?
I beg, go just talk this straight. Me and you know small picking for here. You be delegate.
Delegate? What's that?
That one a question. Bros, na the culture be that. As you see me so, if you not be delegate, make you carry this your jalopy come up for here. Make me delegate, make them see me.
Wow. Really? So I lost?
You are lost. I even help you as sister, why if they help you? Go police station. Not only them big give you location, but for me now, I not be short person road though. Charity said they find a whole road. I better clear come up for road. When they see me, they go so close.
So I lost a beautiful.
See me see look how I okay? Who no stay na delegate they in charge now? Who no know? Nothing they collect all the money. See that yeah mess. So then she don't bath when they shine. Na delegate give her man. Na delegate give her. So then all the dollar wey dey on poor don finish for delegate matter. Charity. This national cake we no go chop am. No. Me I go chop am o. I go chop am. That is why I go stand here. As they delegate the money to them, they go dey delegate am to me. I will stay. They go soon close from their meeting. Hey, Jesus. They go soon close. They close now. They go meet me from here.
The work of delegation, if you do research and then go pay for the research, what do we do for the research? that you look around, look into our nanoscopic eyes, and look at the person that is speaking to hold on to the mandate to lead our people. For the next.
Àfọwọ́rọ̀rí tó ń sunkún pílò padà sáyé ẹ̀. Udọ́. How many times I call you?
You're going to pray, you're going to fear, and just don't talk.
Then talk am o. Then say fly. You no hear word. Na so you go follow dead body in that ground. That is one. Udo. No go chop food. We go cook on pot. You know as you see me so. Na to cook food, sell am, then buy, then pay me. Na there I stand. So Buga, I hear you just now say you want transport, abi you want invite 72 women.
Excuse me, in fact, I'm crazy. No, I don't know the bed. Instead, I don't want money that I'm flowing with money. I'm not doing 72 again. I do 97. 97. I'm doing none of you. I want to call you. Who do I direct? I'm going to make sure that you feel the smell of my money.
What happened? Now only women, not even one man dey inside.
God forbid. God forbid. Me, man. Make government come say that they can put me for inside prison for 14 years. I'm a lesbian. I'm in prison. I'll do testimony. They're good. I do. No, sir, you're not part of it. Tomorrow, please.
You're going to get the money of the TV show.
Come. Come now. You not put money down for deposit. Put me down.
Where is Glory? Excuse me, ma'am.
Where Glory now?
This Glory don't go village. Tell all our customer happy. Everybody pay attention.
See, now global rekete 10x. Now him I dey take tension my customers. Now he dey dash me 10 times the credit when I load. Or even sama me double data join.
So with 1.5 when you give all of us, so you dey enjoy up to 15,000 naira credit and data.
And I say I never finish you. See, I say we enjoy when I join global rekete 10x. When I go get 1,000 naira welcome credits, you just carry your phone, dial *777#.
Glow, you don't win.
Una still dey here. Hello, please, I'm looking for Glow. Please said now Glow be dey fine. Now Glow be dey go. So
enjoy 10 times the value of your recharge on Glow Berekete 10X. You also get 1,000 naira for calls and data and double data bonus on your subscription.
You said you did not do this. The man did not come down with his boys. They started beating you up and down. Chidi, if you don't know, Chidi, you know me now. Chidi, you know me. I'm your friend, Chidi. I'm your friend. I can't lie to you, Chidi. I don't do this thing or anything. We just come to beat me like this.
There is no problem. You see for beating, they will pay for it. Let me go give you.
Chidi, no, this. No, don't go there. You want to complicate issues for me if you do that, please. Don't go.
Hold on. But you said you did not do that. Are you ready to talk now? What did you do? Also, man, did not do anything. He's the one who will see you and with his God, they will start beating you.
It's okay, Chidi. I will tell you. You know, say you know my friend. I could tell you. Hey. Oh. Chidi, you know, say then told me to delegate for my local government. You remember?
Mm-hmm. So, talk.
Good. So when the whole thing comes start now, people come to people will want make
we make I nominate them as saying that them we go vote for. You understand? They come begin to bring money. The one will bring not just taking any money like this, now then they bring. You understand? So
you collect them or you don't collect them?
They have to do now. I go collect them. You know how things be. So I collect the money. So but we didn't come up and we say some people they bring small money, while some people bring medium money, while some people bring big money, and go comparative and superlative. Biggest. If now you which one you go choose, not the biggest. So I can't go collect money, go big parts. Come vote for the person where he own money big parts. Now this person where money small, no even reach anything. Now you come just say, oh, say my bank give am money back. No, I come say, but the money when you give me receipt. Oh, this man provoke. Don't go back. Come carry your TFT men come. And them come for young son. Hey, cheat. I got say me a brother you.
Now God is setting you for that way. Were you not the one that was asking for this? They have given you people for policy. You are asking for policy. Is that not the receipt on your face? Let me tell you. You see another two. It's a violent disease. If they keep it, in fact, you go kill the person, kill the family, kill the company. You have collected your dividend for democracy up front. That is what you have done.
Which one with this one way they talk now? What do you mean? I don't understand.
You don't understand it. You see the money, you see me. You see small. You did not take one and work for the person. You get out the money. Dedicate. Let's take it to you. Look at your life. Look at your life.
Now hustle for life.
My friend, before you came here, I am very busy. In fact, I am still very busy, so you can excuse me.
Can I just get small money? Make I take you get one particular injection where them tongue say go give me for my armpit. You understand?
I am not a running challenge. If they want to give me in your natch, let them give you. I am not here. What do you want to take me for? Leave my office.
Sorry.
Hey! And to you, my fellow Nigerians, but I have my PVC, I have my PVC. It is not enough. You have to vote to the right candidate. Because if you say it does not concern me today, you say tomorrow, it may concern you. In fact, it must concern you. Because what we sow today is what we live tomorrow. If it does not affect you today, you see tomorrow, it may affect your children, if not your friend or your family member. So let us vote the right candidate. That the road is bad, you're not a person there. You will have to know who you know that will be person there. Do you understand? Let us vote the right person today, so that tomorrow we will be a happy people and enjoy. Do you understand? Don't come complaining to me tomorrow because I will not listen to you. Thank you. What are you doing here?
Okay, as you know, I'm giving me money now. I'm giving me make I go work. Make I get money to go collect this stampede injection. This place is move. Please chill.
You want to move from dedicated to Kama? You tell me that you are glad have upgraded. Oh yeah, I can leave my office.
Chidi. Oh. Chidi, I'm your friend.
Certainly, I'm glad to come here.
Chidi, I'm your friend.
Hello and welcome to another amazing edition of your weekend.
I'm telling you, oh, it has to be heat, it has to be steamy, it has to be hot. But we decided that, somebody has to tell a story that is family oriented.
That's how to fight you.
Welcome to another edition of Talking Movie.
Almost everyone he ever cared about.
See, when you say pour out, you can't call water. You can't see, you don't excavate water.
This is a #1 program, Gallery.
Do you love to gist or gossip?
It is extremely wrong. And we cannot take it.
Hello everyone, welcome to another exciting episode of Whip and Grill.
Welcome to the slant today, where we say it as it is and we get to enjoy ourselves talking about various things that are happening in our society.
I want to share more, please. Beyond 6 packs.
But your job still remains as the man to protect the woman, to project the woman.
You need to do that again.
Dance like Luana. Yeah, Luana. Dance like Luana. Yeah, Luana. Dance like Luana.
Fasting, you are trying to be closer to God. You are trying to tell God that, yes, I am your child.
I was commanded to obey my mother and worship God and to establish prayers. They are a place that when you come with reverence.
You should tell the believing women that they should lower their grace and guard their modesty.
Until when we meet next time, same station and same time, my name still Imam Adeyemi.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Literature is fundamentally incompatible with tyranny. While the dictator seeks a total domination of men and society, literature seeks their total liberation. This is African Literature on the NTA, the largest television network in Africa. Nenabasi is my name, and you're welcome to another insightful half hour. This episode takes a look at literature as a tool for liberation from all forms of human enslavement.
Literature has played an important role in history. It has been used and is still being used as a tool of propaganda. Literature has played a huge role in every major liberation in history. It has been one of the best means for conveying to people a sense of wisdom and peace with the universe. Liberation in this context is when a work of literature moves people out of the usual narrow self into a larger self-existence. It is a discovery of one's true identity beyond ego. Literature is a tool for liberating an individual and society. Thus, when an individual is liberated, the society too automatically enjoys that liberation. Consequently, literature will liberate an individual socially, economically, psychologically, culturally, physically, intellectually, and spiritually. This creates a self-reliant person in the society. Moreover, literature liberates a society from the chains of colonialism, neo-colonialism, imperialism, and all forms of exploitation. Literature plays a role in liberating a society from the constraints of socialization. Therefore, literature is a tool that enables quality decision-making, leadership, and participatory democracy. Literature creates competent citizens who are capable of embracing self-reliance. It plays a greater role in economic liberation. Literature alters the minds from the chains of ignorance and enables them to take control of the environment. Mental liberation enables minds to be creative and competent in making use of natural resources for the development of the society in general. Thus, by this kind of self-reliance struggle, a man will further be liberating himself, because by fighting the things which humiliate humanity, he will be increasing humanity. Literature is essential for every person in the society. When a knowledge of solving challenges facing the society is applied, then the society is free from ignorance, poverty, and parochial ways of doing things. Literature as armament of liberation will continue to remain a part of us for as long as the oppression and exploitation exists. Indeed, literature that kills a lie is conceived in and emerges from the deep sap of a people aspiring towards freedom.
Without dignity, there is no liberation. Without justice, there is no dignity. And without independence, there is no free man.
The pen, they say, is mightier than the sword. But whereas soldiers and armed forces overthrow civilian governments and impose dictatorships and totalitarian regimes across the globe, no association of writers by whatever name has ever carried out a coup d'etat to topple a country's government. Rather, African literary writers, through didactic function, try to perfect or correct man's imperfection and shortfalls by teaching certain moral lessons, norms, values, and virtues. Agostino Neto, in his poem, The Grieved Lands of Africa, presents two perspectives of gloom and hope among other themes highlighted in his poem.
I want to look at the structure. The structure of the poem is two-folded. First three stanza, talking about the gloom, talking about the grief of Africa. And if you go through those stanzas, you agree with me that for Agostino Neto, he's not just saying that the grief is gone. He was speaking as if the thing is still there. Grieved lands, you understand? So it's still there. Now, in the midst of these grievances, in the midst of this suffering, marginalization, slavery, and all the negativities that associated colonialism, he saw hope, he saw life. Shout of victory. That's what brought about the theme of hope in adversity. And if you look at Africans, particularly Nigerians, in the midst of all the sufferings, in the midst of all the abnormalities, things are not measuring up. But you still see that Nigerian spirit. You still see that African spirit, that no matter how bad the situation is, there is hope.
The language of the poem is simple and expressly drives the message home to the readers.
Green lands of Africa is not a difficult one per se. So you see, talking about diction as one of the major things he harped on, he succeeded in making it so simple that even a pupil in the kindergarten going through it will be able to, fathom one or two things about slavery, about independence. So his diction was simple. And, not just diction, or just using the words for the sake of using words. He has intention. He has reason. There are rationales behind every choice of words that he made. Like, we're talking about grieved lands, and that word grieved in that poem appeared more than 10 times, really emphasizing what he's looking at for, that what has slavery left for us in Africa? What has independence left for us in Africa? What? Grief. To the extent, if you go through the poem, you see it crystallizing like eyes. You can actually feel it. You can actually, see through the mind of the poet persona to actually agree with him that yes, Africa is grieving.
Repetition, oxymoron, personification, and more.
Several other words that he employed in the poem, trying to lay emphasis on what he's saying. For instance, we said the poem is in two perspectives, or in twofold, talking about hope, talking about doom and hope all together. So the poem itself is an oxymoron. You understand? He's saying that there is doom, there is looming on the lands, and yet in the midst of this there is hope. Oxymoron, placing side by side two opposite words. So the poem itself succeeded in that line. Now, talking again about the issue of repetition, you see, in the second aspect, he particularly mentioned the word alive. He stressed it, living. In fact, it's part of one of the things that was captured. That there is need in the midst of all this trouble for us to live life. To live life. So in that regard, he succeeded in using, we've mentioned the diction, used it beautifully. The poem itself as an oxymoron. Then the use of repetition for emphasis sake, to bring out the seriousness of what he's talking about. The land itself is personified, seen as a human being that is grieving. And don't forget the fact that that land is used to represent, the indigenes of the various communities that makes up this extraction called Africa. Land was personified. And of course, imagery.
Agostino's several parts helped in his laudable achievements in life.
And we're looking at him as the poet, two cases, like one that is fighting against, a system. So his poets, because he has seen it all as a politician. Now, as a poet, he's able to bring these things that of those, negativities, or he died, maybe in natural death. Today, only God knows, because as a politician, he fought very well, and at the end of the day, he was so unfortunate. His dream was undone, according to him in his line. His dream didn't come to the end, or he never saw the end of it. He never retired from his political life to sit down to see what he has achieved, but he died in the pursuance of it. So, to a great extent, we can say he's an achiever, because he got what he wanted. And living this life, handing it over to some other person, he has no business in that any longer.
The poem, The Great Lands of Africa, speaks to Africa and Nigeria in particular, especially on the occasion of Nigeria's independence.
A lot. We cannot really take away Nigeria from Africa. In fact, most African countries or most African country leaders will tell Africa or will tell Nigeria, if you take away Nigeria, there is no Africa. And that's why they say we are giants of Africa. But I wonder whether we are still maintaining that status as giants of Africa. Because this land that is greed, Nigeria is part of it. We have greed in the era of slavery. During the fight for independence, yes, ours was not bloody like some of other African countries like Angola. But there was still a fight. There was still agitation. So Augustine Neto is not just talking to Angolans, he's talking to Africans and particularly Nigerians too. Because we are grieving. Remember we said that in the context of this poem, when it was written, it's saw today. Because as it was written then, if you go through the poem now, it will still present a picture of a people that are still grieving. A people that are still bedeviled with one difficulty, one abnormality, and the other. Nigeria is not left out. Is it economy? Is it security? Is it education? Name it. We are grieving. Yet, what Neto is telling us, as we are celebrating our independence, that they fought for us. For him, they got it on the table of war for his country. For us in Nigeria, we got it on a platter of gold, as in table of negotiation, bloodless. Yet, the hope we had when independence was gotten, I'm not sure those aspirations has been met. Inasmuch as we are still grieving, Neto said that there is hope. We see hope, and that is what has been keeping Nigerians alive. Hope that tomorrow will be better. And so our leaders should look at, that hope in the life of Nigerians and begin to do things right for us. And begin to, keep this hope alive for us.
Up next is a celebration of African literary writers and their works. Our next segment will make available a literary device that will make your work stronger and more captivating to your readers.
Caricature is a device using descriptive writing and visual arts in which particular aspects of a subject are exaggerated to create a silly or comic effect. It can be described as a portrayal based on the exaggeration of natural features, which gives a humorous touch to the subject. Originally, caricature was an artistic term. Artists painted portraits of people, exaggerating specific features to produce a silly portrait. Hence, when applied to writing, caricature means that the writer has exaggerated aspects of the person or subject to create humor. The term is derived from the Italian word caricare, meaning to charge or to load. The word caricature essentially means a loaded portrait. Caricature's earliest works could be traced to Leonardo da Vinci, who actively sought out people with deformities to use as models. The point was to offer an impression of the original which was more striking than the portrait. Some basic examples of caricature in writing include the following. Her skin is so clear and shiny it's reflective. Her eyes were lasers, they bore a hole through me. His head is so big and round. He never wears a shirt without buttons because they don't pass down his head. My brother sharpened the blades of our knives so well they cut through blades. Sarah has won so many awards that she's getting an award for winning many awards. Jerry's clothes and skin are so dark, only his eyes and teeth are visible at night. Importance of caricature. Caricatures in literature allows for writers to overly exaggerate traits or attributes of characters in order to have an effect on the reader. Characters seems ridiculous due to the over-exaggeration of the author, which creates humor with the work of art. Caricatures are created to inject humor and emphasis on a trait or attribute of a subject. Caricatures are often used to criticize qualities seen in society, which is why it could mostly be seen graphically in newspapers through drawings or paintings.
As we mark the innumerable sacrifices of freedom fighters in Nigeria and Africa, let's keep hope alive and live in harmony. Here is a wise saying to celebrate with. Bye-bye.
NTA, you can't beat the rich.
Voting is the most precious right of every citizen, and we have a moral obligation to ensure the integrity of the voting process.
The voter is at the center of everything involving election and electoral process. The voter is the final person that decides who wins. The role of commission is to organize election. But elections generally depends on the decision of the voter on election day to cast his ballot to the person or party of his choice.
It is a law in the democratic system of government in Nigeria to elect representatives after every 4 years. So there is a need for voters to exercise some rights.
You can only vote on presentation of your permanent voter card at the designated registration area or the registration unit where you registered. Citizens should understand that the value of permanent voter card is to enable them vote on election day. There are officials allowed to be in the polling unit, and all of them are accredited by commission. Party agents are quite accredited officials to be part of the voting process, but they don't have the right to interfere with the process. They can only be there to represent interests of their parties and observe how the elections are taking place.
Do you know that many still ask themselves, why should I vote? They think that their vote does not make a difference. What you should know is that voting is a civic duty, and if you desire change, you should vote and make it happen. It's your right. It's your vote.
If a pressman is accredited to cover elections, he will have the permission of commission to visit polls and move around on election day. If a party agent is accredited by commission to cover election, he will be allowed on election day to be part of the voting process from beginning up to the time it closes. Likewise, the international and domestic observer groups. But if you are not accredited, no. You are actually on your own and it's not allowed by law. The commission, INEC, and every stakeholder in the electoral process have been loud and clear condemning all actions pertaining to vote buying or any effort by any candidate or party to buy votes. So let there be free franchise of persons to select or elect freely the persons they wish to vote. My advice to Nigerians is on election day, the committee member INEC vote will count. Please be part of the process and ensure you abide by all provisions of the law and give INEC officials the cooperation and support they require to conduct credible, free, fair and acceptable polls.
These are some of the rights of a voter. Receive up to 2 replacement ballots if he or she makes a mistake prior to the ballot being cast. A voter has a right to ask for and receive assistance while voting. A voter has a right to vote on a voting system that is in perfect working condition. A voter has a right to vote free from coercion or intimidation by election officers or any other person. Do you know your responsibilities as a voter? Now is the time to familiarize yourself with them. Familiarize yourself with the candidates and the issues. Maintain a current address with the office of the supervisor of the elections. Know the location of the polling units and the hours of operation. Bring proper and accurate identification to the polling station. Familiarize yourself with the operation of the voting equipment in your area. Report any problems or violations of election laws to the supervisor of the elections. Ask questions where and if needed. Make sure that his or her completed ballot is correct before leaving the polling station.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Hello fam, how y'all doing? Chilling with the weather, I guess. It's the season and we're getting some seasoning for the show. So get ready as you chill with us as we have a great package coming up.
Yep, it's been rainy. It is a good time to wrap up yourself and see some movies. So, what has been happening to the cinemas, by the way? Well, we'll get to see that.
True that. And Nigerian artists continue to hit the high notes with the duo P Square as they surprised themselves with a sold-out concert in London. And now, what is happening? They are on a roll of 100 cities tour. Can you beat that?
No.
I hope what happened to Justin Bieber doesn't happen to them.
No.
I trust them.
And the news is out that the OVO, Davido, is poised to perform the theme song of the World Cup, Higher, along with Aisha and Trinidad in Doha.
Not so fast, Mila. I mean, there is still some controversy swirling around around that news that, FIFA has asked Lil Baby to perform that. Well, whatever it is, Davido and Nigeria have already made history, so ta-da!
Yeah, I'm talking about history. Who introduced the Afro-piano sound? Well, there has been some fur around it. And we are going to be talking about that later on the show.
Anyways, whatever the controversy is, I love the accompanying dance steps, There is also try to hip-hop dance. You may want to hold tight and see what the show Renaissance had to do with this. Perhaps unfolding a new dance steps. Who knows?
Well, I'm not a dance freak.
Oh, that's clear.
But I certainly am a Big Light freak. And I enjoy presenting it. Welcome to Big Light on the Nigerian Television Authority. Okay, it's time to say my name.
Which one, Mila? And I'm Kevin Williams. Thanks for joining us on Quick Light on the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA. You're going to have a great show.
Amapiano is a South African sound.
I like how they unified both cultures. It wasn't a diversity, it was display.
E-News is up first.
Stay in school. We got a lot of plans for you too. EME Records, you know what we about to do. Come out, let's make this music, let's make this money. Okay? EME Records, I'm trusting you guys. Stay focused. No partying in school. Okay?
Music star turned politician Banky W is set to produce a new Wizkid as he recently signed former 2021 Big Brother Niger housemate and winner White Money to his EME record label.
We go be selling,
White Money, who has always demonstrated his passion for music in spite of criticism from the public, shared pictures of himself posed by the EME boss with a caption that reads, "Now we are in good hands, let the music flow." The reality TV star got loads of congratulatory messages in his comment section. However, there were a few critics who called him out for allegedly lobbying to be signed onto the label. Well, judging by the fact that the EME boss, Banky W, did not share the news himself on any of his social media pages, neither did he look exactly enthralled. Well, who knows? Her Royal Majesty, late Queen Elizabeth II, has been laid to rest at the Windsor Castle in Westminster Abbey. The procession was indeed a royal spectacle which had in attendance dignitaries from around the world. But in all of this, you may ask, what's the news? Hey, are you playing? It's Nigerians, of course, and how they turned up in London, supposedly for the Queen's funeral, draped in ashwebi. Seems like the real cruise.
That's it on Entertainment News. Do follow us on all our social media platforms.
They are tired.
Well, Africans and their pensions for the weekend, and it was something away from the regular. It was a fusion of two dance genres, hip-hop and traditional.
Was it the African traditional, Nigerian traditional, or which?
I think that's what we're about to find out.
Alright.
Dance is integral to being human. It is an art form that has transcended cultures across the globe, as it showcases self-expression that goes beyond what words can. The Trado Hip Hop Dance Concert tagged Renaissance. Visitors, guests, and dance enthusiasts from across the city of Abuja and environs gave loud ovation to the creative fusion of African and Western cultural aesthetics.
Beautiful, electric, very entertaining. A lot of hard work obviously has gone into it. I commend both cast and crew tonight. They have truly given meaning to dance. In my opinion, I thought this was a full total package, and of course DK Chukwumeje added a lot of color and value as well.
The recipients of the Niger immortality of the Sahara Queen and the rhythm of the pistol dedicates our hearts of the mortar.
The event, which was organized by Elevators NG in partnership with Option A International, was birthed as a result of deep-felt need to retrace African tradition, culture, and expression through dance, which is gradually losing recognition in the 21st century event, noting that it is the first of its kind in the city of Abuja.
Mind-blowing, overwhelmed with my roots and now the future and what lies ahead. So it's a good thing to take up and share with the whole world. It's really nice.
So first of all, I must say I respect and like the story, the fact that they took us back and then brought us up to speed to the present time. I like how they unified both cultures. It was
today is history.
Today is a day that we will not forget when it comes to African storytelling, African pride, African literature, and the future of Africans telling their story their way.
Renaissance is an amazing production. It was so innovative, so groundbreaking, using dance to tell a story, to tell the story of our cultural evolution as a people and how we need to always remember who we are, where we come from, and that is the uniqueness we bring to the global stage.
That is why we have Renaissance, meaning come back to theater, come back to life. At the point we lost that part where people sit down and say, okay, we want to come for show, we want to come for productions, we want to watch theater, proper theater productions. Now this is what we're doing, we're bringing it back. We want people to sit down and say, okay, this weekend I should be going to this hall to watch the proper theater production. And you know, our productions is all about our culture, teaching people the way of life. So that is the only way we can make it work.
The organizers of this first Western African cultural dance fusion, Renaissance, showed no sign of complacency, promising bigger and a better edition next year.
It seems there's a lot of merging going on, Even having an Amapiano track on your album is now a thing in the Nigerian music industry. From Davido, Bono Boy, Naira Marley, Olamide, Whiskey to Wema. They bought into it and adopted the Amapiano sound, fusing it with indigenous Afrobeats to produce what is known as the Afro piano.
Yeah, Mila, it is coined from the collaborations between the Nigerian Afrobeat artist and the South African Amapiano artist, which is, on the increase. But who takes the credit for the Amapiano sound? Now, hold on. 3 experts, a DJ, an OAP, and music analysts give their insights.
All right, guys.
You don't try no green, not intentional, feel the passion when you come to my face.
When we talk about Amapiano and Afrobeat and the whole clash currently in the music industry, you also had to leave out Ghana. I mean, there has been a lot of contest and there has been a lot of arguments that Ghana too are the originators. If you date back to Mr. Easy was phenomenal in the Afrobeat industry. The likes of Runtown also did it. But then, if we are dating back, there has always been arguments. South Africans want to feel like they are the originators of music in Africa. Nigerians who are excelling marvelously at it are also feeling like, yes, we are the owners of it. But then, through collaborations, we have made amazing jams. South Africa, through collaboration with Burna Boy, were able to give us Jerusalem. Mafiki Solo with Davido gave us an awesome jam way back then. AKA and Burna Boy also gave us awesome jam. The collaboration between Maforisa and Whiskey was also phenomenal. So let's not just look at the arguments, the uproars with social media bans and everything, but then let's also look at the positive side of it, which is Nigerian music collaborating with the likes of Ghanaian musicians and South African musicians is just a marvelous combination.
So here's the thing, right? Amapiano is a South African sound, and somehow it found its way into Nigeria, just like many of the sounds from other parts of the continent. And to be honest, this is not the first time that a sound from South Africa is making its way into Nigeria. Lots of sound have found their way. Kwaito has made its way into Nigeria before. Whiskey has a very heavy Kwaito record. Omaomi has a Kwaito record as well. Quite a lot of Nigerian artists have made songs that were heavily influenced by Kwaito. But it's not even just South Africa. We've seen sounds from Ghana make its way into Nigerian music. We've seen the Ghanaian style of high life music make its way into the Nigerian music scene. we've seen the Ghanaian pom-pom sound make its way to Nigerian music, the kind of new sound that Mr. Easy came onto the scene with, right? This is not the first time, and to be honest, it would not be the last time that a sound from another part of Africa will make its way into Nigeria. And just like these other sounds, eventually they fizzled out, when people started vibing onto somebody else. So I would not necessarily say that, it's taking over, but, I just thought that it's important that we have this knowledge of where Amapiano as the sound came from.
I would like to know what you need. I would like to know your size, so that when I'm shopping, I go they buy I'm tight. Me I know be a gum, I be generous.
Bringing Afrobeat and Amapiano together is going to be awesome because before Amapiano, we listened to Afrobeat and bada. Then Amapiano came and everybody goes crazy about Amapiano. So I know it's gonna be nice.
I can't tell you, to be honest, who brought the sound back home, but I do know that the sound in itself has continued to evolve, from one style to another. We've seen people like Niniola come with a heavy house influenced style of music, infusing it with our local sounds to give us what we know. We know that Davido has worked with South African producers and artists to bring us that sound. We know that Meiji has done it, Wizkid has done it. A lot of people have done it. So it will be difficult to say who exactly did bring the sound here. I don't know that I can go that back into time, but we know that Nigerian artists from time past had been working with South African producers to sort of expand their reach, and which is really part of why they do it. They want to expand their reach beyond Nigeria into all these other markets so that they can get more listeners from that part of the continent as well.
Quite an interesting analysis, by these three experts, and one thing that got my attention on what they said, was, we can't really say who brought this Afro-piano thing, but I like the fact that it's putting Africa on a global scene, everybody is vibing to, even foreigners, when you see them vibing to the Afro-piano, they dance, you even wonder that, did they come here to learn it, or something, and that's very interesting. See, dance trick, you already do. Yeah.
Well, Mila, earlier you told me that you're not exactly a dance freak, but you're a click life freak. I mean, who isn't a click life freak? We're talking about movies. You said you were at the cinemas the other day and you weren't exactly excited with what you saw.
At all, it wasn't at all.
Okay.
I just feel it was just empty. I don't know. I was even wondering, is it that people don't come again to watch movies at the cinema? What's on their mind?
Well, that brings us to the big question. What is happening to the cinemas? Is it true that streaming platforms are taking over the market? If so, will they survive it? Utuamila has the details.
After Nigeria's independence, Nollywood saw its golden era with movies seen as a communal experience. The thrills of watching movies, heightened by popular sports and nightclubs, where people congregated, united in love for some on-screen magic. With times and seasons, there is an evolving culture opening up a time of ease and convenience, where people are gravitating more towards online platforms than movie theaters. Some of these phenomenon observers agree it cannot be blamed solely on the box office industry. In fact, movie theaters are experiencing a decline, and this situation started since the start of COVID-19 pandemic, leading to the upward surge of reliance on the internet for entertainment. Nollywood has taken notice, and many producers and directors are signing deals with international streaming platforms to garner more reach in the Nigerian movie industry. Speaking with indigenous movie producer Tom Makolo Jr., he explains that the effect of the COVID-19 pandemic created more room for streaming platforms to shine, especially with the lockdown.
Pandemic is reality. It affected the whole world. Major film industries around the world, people couldn't go to the market. People couldn't also go to the cinema, and they found a partner in the streaming platforms, as a means that could get them, whatever it is that could go to the cinema to watch back at home in the comfort of their home, and that became a companion, sort of. So the pandemic took a big toll on the cinema industry globally. And gradually after the pandemic, the cinema is beginning to regain its viability again as people now go to the cinema. It's not the same thing as going to the cinema and the same thing as watching a movie on your phone. It's not the same. Cinema is tourism. You see more than a film. Okay, you are able to buy a popcorn and take. You are able to see a friend. You are able to carry family. Cinema is a platform for family engagement, for friendship engagement, for social tourism.
Although some still prefer going to theaters for a fuller and more exciting experience, others like the ease of watching movies on their gadgets.
I prefer using my phone and laptop. I'm not a cinema person because it saves me the cost of going out, traffic, and I think it's less expensive.
Except for date night, I think phone or gadget is better these days.
I prefer using streaming sites because it's more convenient.
Going to the cinema is more fun, but using the site is less stressful and more convenient to most people, actually, even me.
Initially, going to the cinema is a kind of fun, you understand, and it's better, enjoying when you go to the cinema where there is people, where you interact with different opinions, you understand, and then different, analysis of all the movies and the film you are watching.
While many attest the cinema culture has seen better days, many believe there is still a dedicated audience for theaters. They say, though the comeback after the pandemic is probable, it will face serious competition from its online counterparts along the way.
Well, I don't know how you feel, but I feel better than the dang. It's been an interesting ride on this week's episode of the program.
Keep watching us on the same channel, same station. I am Butler Miller.
And David Kevin Williams. Salute.
Sabi girl no dey too like talk. Animals dey in human form. Body man nobody like walk, but you must hustle if you want to.
And it's been raining heavily here in the city of Port Harcourt, and I'm pretty sure we've not even seen sunlight for quite some time, man.
Look on the farm, say you too like us. You no get the time for the hate and the bad energy. Got my mind on my money. Make you dance like popcorn. Steady green like popcorn. Steady on my grind, oh yeah, what they want. Good enough, my fantasy. What they check if my daddy no wrong. But it is wrong, swear when it be more. I'm gonna make my daddy wrong. You got money with us, yeah. It is wrong, swear when it be more. To be hype everybody because there's no darling with us.
Although social media as a channel of communication is inherently harmless, it becomes harmful and damaging when used without discretion and thoughtfulness. Bad social media users spread rumors and fake news without verification. But good social media users stop, reflect, and verify information before sharing it. Be a good social media user. Stop the spread of fake news. Verify the authenticity of your source and use social media responsibly for a better Nigeria. This message is brought to you by the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA, in collaboration with the National Orientation Agency.
Growing up as a child, there is an admiration to want to be like dad, mom, or even a famous actor. But as one ages, more choices begin to emerge due to various social factors and developments. As much as it is admirable to want to be like someone, it is important to understand one's personal dream and purpose in life. Today, famous people all around the world have a huge following of fans who love their lives and desire to emulate them. But there's more to modeling after than just copy and paste. Oshodi, a local government in Lagos, has a reputation for children born in this neighborhood, if not closely monitored, many believe could engage in petty theft and grow to be notorious hoodlums. Today, the narrative is being rewritten for these children living in the underbridge area of Oshodi. The project, Chess in Slums Africa, founded by Tunde Onokoya, a professional chess master and coach, is meant to rehabilitate these children who are either orphans or ran away from the villages. The children are engaged in a 2-week session that seeks to unlock their potential through the game of chess while learning to read, write, and acquire basic literacy skills. It takes them through the game of being knights, queens, and kings with promises of more rewards. Aside from prizes won, collaborations are being made with rehabilitation homes and orphanages, and fundraising to provide financial and educational support for these young people. In Ikorodu, also in Lagos, a group of siblings, Babatunde Sani, Muiz Sani, Malik Sani, and their cousin Fawaz Aino, are popularly known as Ikorodu Boys, are young social media sensations.
Who was that guy? That brother was the best damn soldier that ever lived.
I just love acting.
This online comedy group recreates and mimics with childlike playfulness multi-million-dollar music videos, Hollywood movie trailers, and other visual contents using recycled local materials in the neighborhood.
We're hoping if you spin the chamber enough times, you're gonna catch a bullet.
Notable among their works is a reenacted trailer of the Hollywood film Extraction in 2020, which earned them a recognition and award by online streaming platform Netflix. In 2021, they were nominated in the Favorite African Social Media Star at the Nickelodeon Kids' Choice Awards. Their elder brother doubles as the video editor and manager. Also in Ikorodu, the Dream Catchers Academy, founded by Sheyi Oluyole, is created to transform the lives of less privileged girls who have experienced abuse, neglect, or economic hardship resulting in lack of educational attainment by giving them a chance through quality education and arts. A popular quality about them is their unique dance skill. Aside from the Ikorodu Boys and the Dream Catchers, who have become global sensations, Fumi Omishope is another individual adding value to street children in Kwara State.
These children are human. Sometimes we look at them as if they don't have the same blood that flows through our veins. You know, they are being abused on the road and even by the parent that take them out to bed. And my heart drawn to these children. Imagine a melancholy child begging on the street. A melancholy that something little can set them off. You know, now begging on the street, hearing all manner of rejection and all of that. So that is what drawn me to them.
With her Home and Street Kids Welfare Initiative, Fumi is shaping the lives of these children using education as a means of empowerment.
We used to have an orientation school where they come for 3 months before we enroll them in regular school. But we realized there's only 25% of them that ended up staying in those regular schools because street children are known for freedom. So when they go to regular school and they are being discriminated upon, they are being told down upon, maybe they go late to school. Some of them, their parents are blind. Both parents are blind. And they will want to take the parent to the junction before they go to school. Now they get to school 8 o'clock and teachers start beating them. They won't come tomorrow. Some of them are so passionate about education that they wake up, wear their clothes, and they're running to school without taking their bath. Now teacher will not understand the passion, the fact that they show up, and appreciate them for that. But they see the fact that they smell, you know, and that is what made me to say, okay, now we need to have our own school.
The Nigerian child can be positively modeled. Education, right morals, and values are debts every parent and adult owe to every child. Be a positive model and watch the child grow to be a right-thinking adult.
When you are fasting, you are trying to be closer to God. You are trying to tell God that, yes, I am your child.
I was commanded to obey my mother and worship God and to establish prayers. They are a place that when you come with reverence.
You should tell the believing women that they should lower their grace and guard their modesty.
Until when we meet next time, same station and same time, my name is Tilimon Wadademi.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Humans' pursuit for better and easier ways of living has brought about industrial and technological innovations that continue to redefine modernization. These comes with social and economic demands of nations following the need to develop, save time, cost and energy. Compared to say 10 or 20 years ago, living appears a lot easier as there is one technological tool to cater to a need you would have done manually or physically before now. These pleasures and luxury we enjoy are, however, products of global industrialization, which has resulted in emissions that have led to global warming and created a change in climatic conditions across regions of the world. This, in many ways, is causing both physical and economic pains to many. Today on Dateline 360, we narrow in on Nigeria to see how climatic change, coupled with unwholesome human activities, are disrupting lives and livelihood. I am Omotola Omojola. Thanks for tuning in. NTA 5 Face raises the curtain with education on the facts around climate change, the effectiveness of actions taken so far globally, and where humanity stands in a progressive future.
Climate change basically refers to long-term shifts in temperatures and weather patterns. These shifts may be natural, such as through variations in the solar cycle. But in recent times, human activities have been the main driver of climate change, primarily due to burning fossil fuels like coal, oil, and gas.
The greenhouse gases are carbon dioxide, sulfur dioxide, nitrous oxide, and methane. These are gases that, when they are released into the atmosphere, they will be absorbing the ultraviolet radiation that is coming from the sun. And as it's absorbing it, the heat is absorbed, the heat will be revolving on the surface of the earth, thereby increasing the atmospheric temperature, what we call climate change or global warming.
The world is approaching a tipping point due to climate change, with extreme weather events like flood, cyclones, storms, heat waves, and cases of loss of biodiversity, all as a result of climate change, forcing global leaders to take urgent action.
Famine stalking the Horn of Africa, 1 million species at risk of extinction. No region is untouched. And we ain't seen nothing yet. The hottest summers of today may be the coolest summers of tomorrow. Once-in-a-lifetime climate shocks may soon become once-a-year events. And with every climate disaster, we know that women and girls are the most affected. The climate crisis is a case study in moral and economic injustice.
The gathering of world leaders at the 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly addressed climate change as a key global concern, which requires urgent attention and action from governments across the world. United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres made it clear that the Earth is a victim of scorched policies where the poorest are most vulnerable. Those who contribute least to this crisis are bearing its most brutal impacts.
Addressing loss and damage for disasters. It's high time to move beyond endless discussions. Vulnerable countries need meaningful action. Loss and damage are happening now, hurting people and economies now, and must be addressed now, starting at COP27.
Nations of the world, including Nigeria, made presentations at plenary of the General Assembly, showcasing their climate ambition and action towards achieving net zero carbon emissions in line with the Paris Agreement.
As part of Nigeria's effort at achieving our global net zero aspiration, the current administration last year adopted a national climate change strategy that aims to deliver climate change mitigation in a sustainable manner. We now know what we can do to mitigate the effects of the climate crisis and the related energy challenge. As a first step, we must all commit to releasing the financing and the technology to create a stable and affordable framework for energy transmission.
UNGA 77 is the last major gathering of leaders before COP27 in Egypt, when the global community will give backing to climate promises made at COP26 in Glasgow, Scotland. They will also set clear path towards implementing those commitments when the world gather in Sharm el-Sheikh. Onengiye Fine Face for Dateline 360.
We all must take action in our different corners to rejuvenate Earth. For instance, we shouldn't have as much rain as we do presently in this part of the world. But then it is raining cats and dogs, wreaking havoc in different parts of the country. Take as an example Jigawa State, a state of many geographical plains. It is naturally vulnerable to flood in the rainy season, and the consequences are usually devastating for residents. 2022, however, takes it a couple of notches higher. Mohammed Askira reports that the disaster has created humanitarian crisis in the state as lives have been lost, settlements completely uprooted, and farmlands destroyed.
Though climate change has been considered by experts as responsible for the unpredictable weather and climatic conditions characterized by heavy downpour, dry spell, or even drought, negative human activities on the environment are also contributing factors. Apart from the notable causes of erratic weather conditions such as emission of greenhouse gases, indiscriminate felling of trees without replacement, a practice that encourages desertification and generates environmental heat, are some of these ugly human activities disrupting the environmental ecosystem. In Jigawa State, building houses and cultivation of farmlands on waterways and the fast-spreading taifa grass, silting Chad Basin tributaries like River Hadija have long been identified as some of the immediate causes of annual flooding in the state.
As long as these rivers are not maintained and are not silted, are not desilted, then definitely every year the water will overflow. So that is one of the. And the other thing is, you see, we have this taifa grass along the river bank also. You will clear it now. In the next 6 months, it will also grow off. And we have been doing this consistently, but we are still working on that.
True to the situation, this year Jigawa witnessed the worst of flood disaster attributed to the identified factors. Residents in the affected areas say even settlements on the high grounds that have never experienced flood over 50 years have fell victims to the devastating impacts of the flood this year. For instance, Malan Sani of Karnaya village lost all of his home, accommodating more than 10 people of his household.
I lost everything I had. I am gathering these twigs for sale to earn a living. What can I do? I have no other means of livelihood.
Records, however, have it that some communities in the flood-prone areas were provided with alternative places of settlement in the past by the state government, but turned down the offer and prefer to remain victims of the disaster every year when it strikes.
This year, we have almost 272,189 people that are affected by this flood. And out of this, about 76,887 are completely displaced. So if you are saying, okay, relocating these people, okay, where are you going to relocate them? Where? Like these people, I'm telling you, like the 76,000 people, 887, that has completely been displaced. In fact, these people have lost everything. They have lost their houses. They have lost their means of livelihood completely. These people are either in primary school or are somewhere with their relatives. So now, okay, when we talk of relocation now you are talking of, in fact, in Jigawa State, almost 23 local governments are affected. So this relocation requires a quantum of money. And certainly the state government doesn't have it.
Going forward in mitigation of the flood, the state government is collaborating with Hadejia Jama'ar River Basin Authority to further dredge the Hadejia River and clear tapa grass and other silted tributaries to make enough way for water to pass.
We are asking the federal government and the international community to help us at least desilt this river. Once this river is desilted, and we are able also to, this tapa grass is cleared, at least the state government is working on that. Like His Excellency the Governor has ordered the purchase of 2 excavators, and these excavators are already here, and then we will start using this to desilt and also clear the tapa grass. I also learned Hadejia Jama'ar has also bought another 2 excavators. Now when we put this into use, and with assistance of the federal government, we can be able to desilt at least the 325 kilometers of this river. Now at least the quantum of flood will definitely be reduced.
This is ongoing as the state continues to sensitize residents on the measures to take to reduce destruction of lives and property when the flood occur. Bridges and culverts along federal and state roads in Jigawa State were severely affected, throwing commuters into untold hardship, with many communities remain inaccessible. This exposed people to danger of crossing river without protective measures. On the other hand, farmers are groaning for their losses as thousands of hectares of farmlands have been submerged, a development that is aiding the rise in the prices of staple food in the state.
Our local research shows that in every 3 households, 2 have been affected severely. We equally lost our farm to the flood. We are looking up for God to help. We are poor people. Farming is our business. But this year, we are shut out by the flood. We need support to be able to live.
For now, more than 90 lives were lost and property worth billions of naira were also destroyed. What remains now is the need for multi-sectoral approach involving communities to finding a lasting solutions to the problem of flood in Jigawa State. From Dutse, Muhammad Askira for Deadline 360.
What are we doing as a nation to first of all settle our teeming populace, especially the NTA's political package, with a third eye on the nation's political scene? I am Fisa Ogunku. Welcome.
You have to be very careful giving space to people who are obviously sponsored to further the agenda of some other groups.
A lot of questions. A lot of questions in a closed door sessions. Some of these issues, some of the problems bedeviling of their.
In fact, between June 1st and July 17, 19-point-something billion has left the coffers of the NDDC.
I can say my constituency, they need everything because we don't have anything.
Hoping that their educational deprivation is not the end of the world.
Agencies and stakeholders to proactively
effectively tackle these challenges,
women in most countries of the world constitute about 50% of registered voters. Williams, reporting for Dateline 360.
In Jos, Caleb Gochin, Dateline 360.
Dateline
360.
Chidi Okrafo.
For Dateline 360.
In Lagos, Michael Olaleye.
Reporting for Dateline 360.
I am Omosola Omojola. Thanks for tuning in. In Niger State and neighboring Kwara, the effect of the 2022 rainfall is unquantifiable. In Niger alone, more than 80,000 households across 10 local government areas have reportedly been ravaged and displaced by flood. The people of the affected communities described the disaster as overwhelming and are soliciting the support of government at all levels and relevant agencies as a matter of urgency to come to their aid. Fatima Aliyu reports.
Water, including rivers, are one of the basic necessities of life. Despite this great attribute, it can sometimes become a source of devastation, and so it was for the communities along the plains of River Kaduna, which houses 4 major dams in Niger State. The annual havoc usually experienced at the peak of rainy season was attributed to increase in volume of rainfall, which often compelled the dams to release more water down the stream. Even though the inhabitants of Sachi Unku and many other adjoining communities in Lavun local government area yielded the recent warning of NIMET to temporarily relocate to upper plain of the rivers Niger and Kaduna, otherwise known as Lavun, properties left behind in their ancestral home, including houses, farms, schools, hospitals, markets, and religious places of worship, as well as other valuables, were destroyed by the ravaging flood.
The impact of the 4 dams we have on both River Niger and River Kaduna, that is Kainji Dam, Jeba Dam, Shura Dam, and the Zungeru Dam. All these communities were down the dams. The moment they release the water, it goes down to our community and devastate the area.
For someone to see this damage, and when governments want to remit some things to this community, before you know, you see it doesn't reach here.
We are pleading to federal government to aid us directly. They should not give it to anybody. They should give it to us straight.
Similarly, the flood had recently ravaged about 150 houses, displaced scores of persons, with deaths recorded in Kotungwara axis of the state. Majority of the flood victims who reportedly built their houses along river banks were said to be duly compensated some decades ago and want to relocate. Some of them denied being compensated for their loss.
No, I don't see anybody.
There are some 2 settlements that were not being compensated. Those places were compensated, and you have to leave.
Infrastructure are also not left out of the devastation caused by the torrential rainfall, as evidenced in the collapsed portion of Bidemino Road, though already fixed by the state government. Motorists are still groaning under the dilapidated condition of the major highway connecting Ilorin Mokwa Jaba to Mina, the state capital.
Mina to Bida Road, no good. The difficulty we are facing in this place is very bad. About 4 days ago, I passed here with vehicle. I can't come back with the vehicle again. I need to leave here and abandon it.
Niger State Chairman, Interim Project Management Committee, during an inspection tour of the project, speaks on the efforts being made to bring succor to the motorists and other road users.
We are talking about a total of $160 million involving 3 institutions. When you look at all this, you have so many jurisdictional issues coming up. However, all those things at this point have been ironed out. We assure the general public that there is the political will to conclude this project, or at least carry it to a level that will demonstrate that there is seriousness.
At the time of filing this report, relief materials by the Hydroelectric Power Producing Areas Development Commission have started arriving some communities affected in Niger State. Fatima Aliyu.
Now, the devastating impact of climate change and weather activities on many communities in Gombe State is threatening the entire ecosystem. Abbas Mekano reports that serious issues such as environmental degradation caused by heavy floods and erosion is causing many residents untold hardship. He examines the situation.
The location of Gombe State in the middle of the northeast allows it to share boundaries with all the states in the sub-region. For this reason, it also shares almost same weather conditions with the resultant impact on the environment. The prediction by the Nigerian Meteorological Agency of cloudy and thunderous weather activities in some part of the country has come to pass, with its effects still lingering. Gombe State had its own taste of the effects of the weather activities, with 1,000 hectares of farmland submerged, loss of lives and properties worth millions of naira destroyed as a result of series of flood disasters recorded in many villages and settlements across the state.
Allah dai a kuri dai yanzu nan zan iya cewa muna da gidaje wanda ya kai 1,500 wanda suka lalace.
There are at least 1,500 houses affected by the flood here in Kuri. Based on our culture here, you can find 20 households residing in single compound, and the flooding has been reoccurring for like 30 days now.
Road washout is not the first of its kind that do occur on most of our roads and highways, but then for this year, it has been exceptionally too rampant. Almost most of our highways, we have witnessed the total cut-off on most of them, and we went in as a matter of urgency to restore this road.
Areas like Bajoga, Funakai local government area, Yamal Tudeba local government area, and Perochongi, among others, were affected.
And government again should intensify more efforts in redesigning all the communities when constructing roads, ensure that drainage are properly constructed and covered. When it is covered, it's free from waste deposit into it.
For a very long time, we have never had rainfall like we had this year. Now we are still having this year. The rains were coming in torrent, very heavy rainfall in some locations. And sometimes the rain will start from morning to evening. It may not be very heavy, but it will start from morning to evening. And all the soil pore spaces are saturated with moisture, and in such a way that it is affecting a lot of the farming activities, particularly fertilizer application and wash.
Members of High Inkori Miso community, Garko ward of Akko local government area, are among those worst hit by the impact of gully erosion, having destroyed over 500 houses and still counting.
The community in question that Bogo is at the downstream of Gombe municipal. Like you know, Gombe is undulating. Up there from the top, when you come down, all the water that is passing through Gombe, this is the final outlet. The project has been identified since 1978. It has been a priority project, but then unfortunately, with the half-baked assessment and the wrong approaches, all this while there has been consistent encroachment and several lives have been lost.
The state capital has not experienced serious case of flooding, households of many residents in the metropolis as a result of the torrential rain over the years and this year also, while commending Gombe state government for the construction of more torrential drain. In Gombe, Abbas Mekano reporting for Deadline 360.
And that report concludes Deadline 360 for this week. Please make our time to join us next week as we take on another issue that touches all of us. I am Omotola Omojola, and on behalf of the production crew, I say thanks for the pleasure of your company.
NTA. You can't beat the rich.
A self-disciplined life makes the job of good ethics more attainable. Self-discipline has always been one of those elusive things that your parents, coaches, and teachers have tried to instill in you for as long as you can remember. Sometimes you heard it, and sometimes you didn't. To help you build self-discipline in the workplace, consider these 10 tips. Tip 1. Just do it. Cautiously decide that you really want to be someone who practices self-discipline in your attitude and ethics. Let your desire to achieve self-discipline motivate you to make good choices. Say to yourself, I'm going to play by the rules. Make a personal commitment to develop and bulletproof your personal ethical code of conduct. You must really want it. As long as you require outside intervention to stay ethical, you won't develop self-discipline. Tip 2. Learn the rules. Clarify what you will and will not do. Educate yourself so that you will not make ignorant mistakes. Rules, policies, regulations, and standard operating procedures can be overwhelming, but you must resolve that you will never make an ethical decision without knowing what the rules are. Become comfortable with asking your supervisor, legal counsel, or ethics officer for help. They will appreciate that you took the time to ask before jumping into an ethically uncertain situation. Tip 3. Be accountable. Accept responsibility for your behavior. Don't blame others for your unfortunate actions and decisions. How many times have you seen a cover-up only worsen an ethical crisis? The extent of your personal damage control should be, I'm sorry, I take full responsibility for my actions and I will make it right. That is what most people want to hear. Taking responsibility shows honesty of character, which is a rare and valuable commodity in the workplace. Tip 4. Practice. Self-discipline is something you can teach yourself. No matter how carefully you plan to live an honest and disciplined life, you won't get out of the starting gate without actually doing something. Self-discipline is not a spectator sport. It requires numerous cycles of practice, failure, and success. Look at the personal obstacles that you have overcome in the past and realize that doing the right thing requires you to step out and stand up. Tip 5. Eliminate harmful habits. If you tend to stretch the truth, cut it out. If you use company equipment, supplies, or facilities for personal use, stop it. If you interpret company policies to meet your needs, don't do it anymore. This list of ethically bad workplace habits goes on and on. We all have some angles, scams, or some unethical behavior that pushes the envelope. Whatever they may be, put an end to these harmful habits immediately. Tip 6. Set and complete goals. There is nothing more satisfying and rewarding than achieving a hard goal. Examples of ethical goals can be telling yourself, when I feel tempted to stretch the truth, I will be factual. When this person puts me in an ethically uncomfortable position, I will stand up for the truth. The act of completing a goal will empower you and give you the courage to do it again and again. Tip 7. Do what you say you will do. Finish what you start, stay on task. There may be no greater measure of your character than evidence that you are a man or woman of your word. Dependability is an invaluable asset in the workplace. It shows ethical honesty. Tip 8. Ignore peer pressure. It is easy to be ethical without the negative influences of others. You can't escape the ethical conflicts with your peers at work. Every job, no matter how isolated, involves working with others. Even the most homogeneous environment will have some level of moral and ethical diversity. Peer pressure can be the most difficult challenge to your personal ethical values. You must learn to stick to your principles and take the knocks as they come. Tip 9. Do activities that enhance your self-discipline, like exercising, sports, or practicing a musical instrument. The fact is, attaining self-discipline in one area of your life will translate to other areas of life as well. Achieving self-discipline in one area reprograms your mind to know what it feels like to say no to the easy way out. Tip 10. Don't give up. Moral and ethical values are not skin deep. You simply cannot walk away from them when times get tough. Many things in life are negotiable, but your principles are not. The personal rewards of building a strong ethical character are well worth the journey. The benefits go far beyond your business at work. They will transcend to all areas of your life.
We all have stories to tell.
The small boy kicked me to open fire on me, so I said, you can cross the right hand. So that's what how my right hand was cut up.
He's working with clothes with which year that it was that guy. No, he's not an ordinary eye. No, he's not ordinary. Juju use marry his wife.
It all depends on how I handle my story and how you're able to handle your own story.
It is what you decide in your mind that determines you.
Hello, here is the news update at 11. I am Nolin Ebelame. President Muhammadu Buhari has welcomed the initiative undertaken by the National Peace Committee to commit all political actors to issue-based campaigns devoid of incitement, personal insults and attacks. This was during a video message to the signing of the first 2023 National Peace Accord by the presidential candidates organized by the National Peace Committee in Abuja.
The 2023 general elections is more than an election. It is an opportunity to serve Nigeria, to defend Nigeria, and to uphold her unity and progress.
Truly giving meaning to dance. In my opinion, I thought this was a full, total package. And of course, DK Chukwumeje added a lot of color and value as well.
The Independence Anniversary Lecture with the topic Elites and National Unity, organized by the Interministerial Committee on the Independence Celebration.
The sacrifices that a nation requires to stay united and to believe in their nation enough not to destroy it. So it's our responsibility. It's our responsibility as the elite. Not because we are nice people, not because we are men and women of great faith. No.
21st century. Leadership of the National Assembly has met with the two ministers in the Finance Ministry and top officials of the ministry preparatory to the presentation of the 2023 budget proposals by President Muhammadu Buhari. A statement by the Special Advisor to the President of the Senate on Media and Publicity, Ola Awoni, says the National Assembly leadership was led by the President of the Senate, Ahmad Lawan, and the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Femi Bajabiamila. The meeting, which was held behind closed doors, was a follow-up to the previous ones held to fine-tune the preparation of the budget ahead of its presentation to a special joint session of the National Assembly by the President next month. And that's it on the news update at 11. Another update comes up at 1 p.m. I am Nolin Ebelame.
This is the network service of the NTA.
history of corporate existence weaved around a small 7th century iron crafting community around Dala Hill. Kano is a crown jewel in the possession of several remarkable archaeological and historical sites of interest, popular with scholars and tourists alike. One of such historic signatures that dotted the landscape of the entity today called Kano is the Kofar Mata traditional dye pit. Kano represents the heart of a thriving city in traditional craft, industry and commerce, long before the Europeans heard about her existence. Cloth dyed with indigo has been one of the prominent export materials out of Kano during the trans-Saharan and transcontinental trading era. The historical documented visit of Leo Africanus to Kano in 1530 AD acclaimed to expose Kano to the outside world, and the inscription on the wall at the entrance of Kofar Mata dye pits, put side by side, lend credence to the place of Kano as an entity of medieval civilization that spans several centuries. Muhammadu Dabbosa is said to dug the first pit and started the craft of cloth dyeing with indigo plant in Kano. This narrative, like every oral tradition, folklore and tale, is handed down from one generation of dyers to the other and could be aptly recalled with precision even by younger members of the family.
So we use calabash or pots, mixing the ingredient and dyeing the material inside the pot of calabash.
Just as this tale is passed down through several generations of dyers in Kano, so are the
This is the network service of the NTA. We now join our outside broadcast crew for a live telecast. Please stay tuned.
We also have with us the presence of the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Mohammed Musa Bello. We also have with us the presence of the Secretary to the Federal Government, Boss Mustafa. We also have with us the President of His Eminence, the Sultan of Sokoto, and the President General of the Nigerian Supreme Council for Islamic Affairs, Alhaji Muhammad Saad Abubakar. We also have with us the President of the Murshid of the National Mosque Abuja. Inshallah, we also have with us the presence of His Royal Highness Dr. Yahya Abubakar, the Esunupe. As the program progresses, by Allah's grace, we recognize the presence of other guests. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala reward our presence as we listen in. May I have the honor and privilege to invite the Imam of National Mosque, Dr. Ahmed Onilewura, to give us the opening prayer.
أعوذ بالله السميع العليم من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اللهم هدنا فيمن هديت، وعافنا فيمن عافيت، وتولنا فيمن توليت، وبارك لنا فيما أعطيت، وقنا يا الله، واصرف عنا يا الرحمن برحمتك شر ما قضيت، فإنك تقضي بالحق ولا يقضى عليك، فإنه لا يذل من واليت ولا يعز من عاديت، تباركت ربنا وتعاليت، ولك الحمد على ما قضيت، نستغفرك ونتوب إليك، وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وآله وصحبه وسلم تسليما. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون، وسلام على المرسلين، والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Jazakumullahu khairan. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala reward in advance. Very quickly, because of time, may I invite Ustaz Muhammad Abba to come on stage and give us a recitation from the glorious Quran. Mukhtar Abba, please. Ustaz Mukhtar Abba. فليتقدم مشكورا.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. فسبحان الله حين تمسون وحين تصبحون، وله الحمد في السماوات والأرض وعشيا وحين تظهرون، يخرج الحي من الميت ويخرج الميت من الحي، ويحيي الأرض بعد موتها، وكذلك تخرجون. ومن آياته أن خلقكم من
at improving electoral process by blocking loopholes that enable violations by political actors. Plenary.
أنفسكم أزواجا لتسكنوا إليها وجعل بينكم مودة ورحمة، إن في ذلك لآيات لقوم يتفكرون. ومن آياته خلق السماوات والأرض واختلاف ألسنتكم وألوانكم، إن في ذلك لآيات للعالمين. ومن آياته منامكم بالليل والنهار وابتغاؤكم من فضله، إن في ذلك لآيات لقوم يسمعون. ومن آياته يريكم البرق خوفا وطمعا، وينزل من السماء ماء فيحيي به الأرض بعد موتها، إن في ذلك لآيات لقوم يعقلون. صدق الله العظيم.
Just before the translation is taken, kindly we wish to kindly request the guest lecturer to be close by, and the guest lecturer, please. And please, everyone behind should cover up the space before you, so that we have all the seats in the front covered properly. We don't want any seats staggered, please. Thank you very much. The translation will be taken by Sheikh Dr. Imam Kabir Ahmad.
I guess lecturer. I guess lecturer. Hey.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. The recitation is from Surah An-Nur, the Roman. That is chapter number 30, verse 17 to 24. Allah says, so exalted is Allah when you reach the evening and when you reach the morning. And to him is due all praises throughout the heavens and the earth. And exalted is he at night and when you are at noon. He brings the living out of the dead and brings the dead out of the living and brings to life the earth after it is lifelessness. And thus will you be brought out. And of his sign is that he created you from dust. Then suddenly you were human beings, despairing throughout the earth. And of his signs is that he created for you, from yourself mates, that you may find tranquility in them. And he placed between you affection and mercy. Indeed, in that are signs for people who have thought. And of his signs is the creation of the heavens and the earth, and the diversity of your languages and your colors. Indeed, in that are signs for those of knowledge. And of his sign is your sleep by night and day, and your seeking for his bounty. Indeed, in that are signs for people who listen. And of his signs is that he show you the lightning causing fear and aspiration. And he sent down rain from the sky, by which he brings to life the earth after it is lifelessness. Indeed, in that are signs for people who use reason. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Atakbir. Before we continue on the next agenda, we have in our midst the Honorable Minister of Information and Culture, Alhaji Lai Mohammed. The most grateful, you're welcome, sir. We also have in our midst the guest speaker, Professor Ahmed Dogarawa. You're welcome, sir. And also with us is Ibrahim Shehu Amena, the Permanent Secretary, Political and Economic Affairs, Office of the Secretary, Federal Government. You're welcome, sir. Also with us is former Head of Service, former Secretary for the Government of the Federation, Alhaji Yahya Ahmed. You are welcome, sir. We also have His Royal Highness Sheikh Abdul Fattah Chimene Emetima III.
A very good morning. Thank you for joining us on the network service of the NTA. Right from the National Mosque here in Abuja. It is the 62nd Independence Day special Jumat prayer and public lecture where the Muslim Ummah from within and outside the FCT, cutting across all sector and divide, coming together to observe this historic event. And dignitaries cutting across religious and traditional rulers, government representatives, as well as leaders and politicians are all present here to be parts of this wonderful event. and so much has been lined up as parts of the event, and also one of the programs to commemorate Nigeria's 62nd independence anniversary. And as a praying people, the Muslims are here to also do their part towards nation building. I am Abdullah Hajia, welcoming you to this wonderful program.
ومن تبعهم بإحسان إلى يوم الدين. Your Excellency, President Muhammad Buhari, represented by His Excellency, distinguished Senator Ahmad Lawal, President of the Senate. Your Eminence, the Sultan of Sokoto, who is also President General, Nigerian Supreme Council for Islamic Affairs. Distinguished Excellencies and very important dignitaries, because definitely we don't have time to name all the important dignitaries who are here. So please excuse me for not listing all the important dignitaries. We thank Almighty Allah for bringing us to this very important day, a day that we congratulate one another on our emancipation and attainment of independence from our colonial masters. Alhamdulillah. It is therefore a great joy for me to formally welcome all of you to this year's public lecture, an annual event that the National Mosque normally organizes to mark the celebration of Nigerian independence. The topic for today's public lecture is Shura, the Islamic foundation for true democracy. Who is a professor from Ahmadu Bello University. I'm sure he's going to talk on this very important issue, very important topic, and I'm sure, I'm very optimistic that he will give the topic all what it deserves. Mr. President, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my role today is to welcome you all to this very important lecture. So I want to repeat my welcome to you, and I therefore once more welcome you to this very important lecture, and I want to thank you all for attending this lecture and for what you normally give to this country to serve Islam and to serve Nigeria as a whole. May our efforts be crowned with success. I wish you all Allah's protection as you journey back to our various destinations. Amen. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much for that very heartwarming, welcome address. May Allah reward you abundantly. Before we move on to the next on the agenda, we have with us distinguished Senator Sani Muhammad Musa. Sir, we are most grateful for your presence. May Allah reward you in abundance. I've also been asked to recognize the presence of those who were before here and has been recognized. Of course, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, لِلَّذِينَ أَحْسَنُوا الْحُسْنَى وَزِيَادَةً, and they deserve to be so treated and recognized. May I recognize the presence of Engineer Suleiman Adamu, the Honorable Minister of Water Resources. They were very early here, and we are most grateful for their leadership. We also have in our midst Engineer Abubakar D. Aliyu, the Honorable Minister of Power. So we are most grateful for your presence. And also for recognition again, as Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, of course, in the Muslimina wal Muslimat wal Mu'minina wal Mu'minat. So also recognize Dr. Habib Alawad, the NTA to the President on Policy Coordination. Ma'am, you are welcome. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala reward you in abundance. We also have in our midst a former Nigerian ambassador to Brussels, Ambassador Ibrahim Rabiu. Sir, you are most welcome. And we ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to bless you in abundance. The lists keep pouring in, but we have to move fast because of the Juma program. We have in our midst distinguished Senator Yaqub Husseini. We are most grateful for your presence. May Allah reward you in abundance. Permit me at this juncture to invite the presence of no other person than our Father, His Eminence, Muhammad Abubakar, for the chairman's opening address. The most grateful.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وصلى الله على النبي الكريم. Your Excellency, the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented by His Excellency, the President of the Senate, Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, His Excellency Boss Mustafa, distinguished Honorable Ministers here present, Your Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, my most distinguished brothers and sisters in Islam, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, members of the military and other services, members of the media here, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. This morning, a very beautiful Friday morning, the last day of September, the fourth day of review hour. As Muslims who know the importance of review hour, the birth month of the most noble Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, we are gathered once more in this national mosque for what we've been doing in the last couple of years. I would like to welcome all of you as the chairman of this occasion to this gathering, this lecture, to mark our 62nd independence anniversary as an independent nation. As we have been having this lecture for the last couple of years, before going to the masjid to observe Jumat and also offer prayers for our country, for our leaders, I would like to once more welcome all of you as the chairman. We have this annual national program and dialogue where as Muslims and other leaders we come together to discuss issues affecting our nation and how we Muslims can contribute our quota to the peace, security, development of our great country, Nigeria. This morning we're having a lecture by a renowned professor on the topic, Shura, the Islamic foundation of true democracy, to be delivered by no other than Professor Ahmad Bello Mugarawa.
When you are fasting, you are trying to be closer to God. You are trying to tell God that, yes, I am your child.
I was commanded to obey my mother and worship God and to establish prayers.
They are a place that when you come with reverence. You should tell the believing women that they should lower their gaze and guard their modesty.
Until when we meet next time.
Allow him, I'm going to that. But as chairman, I have to set the tone. I need to ask all of you, all of us, has today's democracy in Nigeria allow Muslims that freedom to practice our religion without let or hindrance? If so, then how come we have our little children, little girls in schools that are not allowed to cover their head, cover their hair, their God-given hair, just because they are students on their uniform? Why is that so? Even as the Supreme Court of Nigeria has given a ruling on that because of the freedom of religion in Nigeria. That's why I'm asking if the current democracy we are practicing has allowed us as Muslims to have that free will to practice our religion without disturbing another person. So I'd like to ask this question, and I want to challenge all of us to, on our own different ways, to give answers to this question. When in a multi-religious country, not secular, we're in a multi-religious country, and we live and obey the rules and the laws of this country. But the laws of the country are there for us as members of this great country. But the laws of Allah are supreme to any law, as for us Muslims, and that's what we believe. And that's why whenever we clamor to have a say and for our leaders to listen to us, we always say, take care of what Islam says, who should be, what we should do and what we should not do, because it will not affect a non-Muslim. And that will keep on talking about Sharia. And in fact, the modern day Sharia advocate, the former governor of Gombe, is here with us. So the laws of Almighty Allah are spread to any law. And therefore, as we live in a multi-religious society, we want to believe our interests are protected so that we don't do anything, we don't go against our Islamic tenets. The constitution of the country guarantees us that. We know that in Africa and many non-European societies, there's been a system of governance. Before the contact with Europe and eventual colonization. These systems of governance are rooted in the culture and belief of the people. It worked for them and it delivered. In respect, I delivered. In respect of our empire, the British, in appreciation of the efficacy, maintained it and used it to administer the colony. And this is what we call the indirect rule. They made us having a system, a functioning system. They didn't tamper with it, but they continued to rule the great country Nigeria through the indirect system. The new system we are practicing, the system of democracy, was developed and nurtured in European setting and European values. Its introduction has raised a number of problems arising largely from the fact that Western European democracy has still no roots in the social cultural development or social environment of our great country. Many scholars have raised this issue and it has been well addressed. The PhD thesis of late Dr. Mahmoud Togo, published I think in 1999, of leadership and governance in Nigeria, the relevance of values, aptly captures this. It is important to take a total evaluation of the implementation of democracy in our society to do a cost-benefit analysis. This will allow us to actually know its true value and see what aspects suits us and what does not suit us. Since we are supposed to be a free people who have gotten our independence some 62 years ago, I'm hereby worried about the erosion of our values and the affliction with insatiable greed that has spoiled the unprecedented levels of corruption in our society, all associated with democracy. It is important not to lose sight of the point that in our contemporary times, there are societies that do not practice Western democracy. We all know China doesn't practice Western democracy, but they are thriving, their economy is growing, and they're going higher and higher. But we know in the world today, the economy everywhere is bad. So is Nigeria also part of the world. So these countries that don't practice Western democracy and in line with our values and tradition. Scholars and statesmen should help us reflect on how to tame our democracy so that we can get the benefits and avoid the negative effects. Indeed, the elites in the society should help us answer the question about the future of our democracy, considering the poverty level in the midst of plenty and the conflicts which it appeared to have occasioned. As I leave you with these thoughts, and as we listen to the learned scholar on this very important subject, at this important juncture of our political history, especially as politicians start campaigning for our votes for 2023 elections, We want issue-based campaigns, how to make Nigeria better in years to come, devoid of hate speeches, mudslinging, abuses, ethnic or religious. As I'm talking about politicians and campaigns, started to disrupt me. But I'll finish my talk on that because the president is here, whatever we say here, and I think he's watching live. Please, we thank Mr. President. We were with him yesterday, and he assured us of what he is going to do as a sitting president. So what campaign? No hate speeches, no mudslinging, no abuses, no ethnic or religious rhetorics or name calling. Tell us what you can do to make this country better than it is now. The Almighty Allah guide our leaders aright. As we round up this year's celebrations tomorrow with display and parade, may Almighty Allah make all activities very successful and incident-free. As I say happy independence, I can see we're all in very happy mood. We're all dressed in either green and white or white totally. We are happy people. Like I've said a few days back, Nigeria is the happiest country in the world. Despite the challenges we face, we are still very happy. And we should continue to be happy. We should continue to thank Almighty Allah for the numerous blessings and for the leaders in terms of development outside the African continent, outside Europe. So we have problems like any other person in the world. Almighty Allah challenges you to make you a better person. So I wish you, as I welcome you to this year's Independence Day lecture, I urge all of us to listen carefully to the professor who will talk to us. And at the end of this program, please go with us to the National Mosque, National Masjid, for prayers, for us to pray for our President Muhammad Buhari to finish his tenure successfully, and all our political leaders, so that Nigeria will regain its normalcy as we have known it 20, 30, 40 years ago. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Alhamdulillah, His Eminence has asked very pertinent questions.
That was the Sultan of Sokoto and President General, Nigeria Supreme Council for Islamic Affairs, who happens to be the chairman of today's occasion, with thought-provoking issues, reminding us of our responsibilities as leaders, as citizens, and also talking about the things that we all must do as one people who have freedom of religion and who also must contribute towards making Nigeria a great and better nation.
The Islamic Foundation for True Democracy for this occasion has been coined, and the man that has been bestowed with the responsibility to do justice to this is no other than Professor Bello Dogarawa of the ABU Zaria. But before he comes on stage, may I recognize the presence of Dr. Nnamdi Maurice Mberi, the Permanent Secretary, General Services Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation. Sir, you are welcome to this occasion. And also Hajia Mariam Aliyu Abdullahi, Jagaban Matan Zazzau, and former Form 1 Amira RCT chapter. Ma'am, you are welcome. Jazakumullahu khair al-jazak. On this juncture, or at this juncture, we wish to invite the presence on this podium to do justly to the topic of the lecture, Shura, the Islamic Foundation for True Democracy, in the person of no other person than Professor Ahmed Bello Dogarawa of the ABU Zaria. You're welcome, sir.
haka in aka ba ka in aka bar ka sai kai awa biyu kana magana ai min 30 aka ci minti 30 insha Allah za ka yi summarizing insha Allah saboda sallar haka insha Allah. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أسعد النبيين وأشرف المرسلين سيدنا ونبينا
Professor Ahmed Bidogarawa, who is the guest speaker, is already mounting the podium and will be talking to this auspicious audience and indeed Nigerians on the topic Shura, the Islamic foundation of true democracy. And I must tell you that this hall is filled to capacity, adorned in the green and white color to reflect the moods of the occasion. And like I said, the representation is very huge, cutting across all strata of society.
Your Excellency, Your Eminence, 20 parties. The 20 minutes after His Eminence has actually reduced the time originally allocated for the presentation by 33.33%. As someone from the accounting department, I will have to use the 20 minutes now given to me judiciously. The title of the paper is Shura, the Islamic Foundation for True Democracy. And the paper made an attempt to give an overview of Shura in terms of its meaning, Sharia basis, scope, benefits and principles, and how its processes can be used to strengthen modern democracy and achieve good governance. I also try in the paper to show the importance of patriotism and highlight the responsibilities of patriotic citizens as we mark or celebrate the 62nd independence of our dear nation. Towards the end of the paper, I outline the role that Muslims are expected to play in the forthcoming general elections and conclude with a list of advice to the present and incoming leaders on their leadership responsibilities. The paper begins with an overview, and under the overview, I try to conceptualize the term Shura, which is an Arabic word that has both linguistic and technical meaning. After conceptualizing, which in brief, I said that technically Shura is a process by which various opinions are sought and extracted regarding a matter that is presented to the nation or its representatives, or those with specialization and experience in it, so that the best opinion is implemented. This is the technical meaning of Shura as given by a number of scholars. I also mentioned that Shura or consultation is not new in the history of mankind, at least from the viewpoint of Islam. In the Quran, we are made to understand that communities have ulama to consult his companions. فَبِمَا رَحْمَةٍ مِّنَ اللَّهِ لِنْتَ لَهُمْ وَلَوْ كُنْتَ فَظًّا غَلِيظَ الْقَلْبِ لَانْفَضُّوا مِنْ حَوْلِكَ فَاعْفُ عَنْهُمْ وَاسْتَغْفِرْ لَهُمْ وَشَاوِرْهُمْ فِي الْأَمْرِ, and consult them in affairs. I also mentioned Quran chapter 42 verse 38. Quran chapter 42 is named Surah Shura. The whole chapter is named a Shura consultation. And in that chapter, in verse 38, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, وَالَّذِينَ اسْتَجَابُوا لِرَبِّهِمْ وَأَقَامُوا الصَّلَاةَ وَأَمْرُهُمْ شُورَى بَيْنَهُمْ. And they conduct their affairs by mutual consultation, which means mutual consultation is one of the unique characteristics of believers. I also mentioned another verse in Surah Al-Baqarah, that's chapter 2, verse 233, in which Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mentions the importance of Shura even in private affairs, not only public, but even in private affairs. Because in this verse, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mentions the issue of couples who want to win their child after being breastfed. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, فَإِنْ أَرَادَ فِصَالًا أَنْ تَرَاضٍ مِّنْهُمَا وَتَشَاوُرٍ فَلَا جُنَاحَ عَلَيْهِمَا. If both sides decide after a mutual consultation and consent to win the child, then there is no blame on them. These are the Quranic basis of Shura. And it is important to note that in these three verses, the first verse contains a command to the noble Prophet ﷺ that he should consult his Sahaba in affairs that affect them, in public affairs. The second verse is talking about the characteristics of believers, that Shura is one of their characteristics. And these two first verses are all talking about public affairs. But the third verse is really focuses on private affairs, meaning even at the private level, at the personal level, Shura is recommended between a child and his father, a father and his child, the couples, brothers, members of the community, and so on. The Sunnah of the Prophet ﷺ, both spoken, that is qawliya, and practical fi'liya, has also provided a basis for Shura. I quoted the hadith of Abu Huraira radiallahu anhu, in which the Prophet ﷺ said, "Inna al-mustashara mu'tamanun," the person who is consulted is in a position of trust. I also quoted another hadith from Abu Huraira, in which he said, the Prophet ﷺ said, "Man taqawwala alayya ma lam aqul falyatabawwa maq'adahu min an-nar, wa man istasharahu akhuhu al-muslim fa ashara alayhi bighayri rushdin faqad khana, wa man afta bi futya ghayra thabtin fa ithmuhu ala man afta." In the hadith, the Prophet ﷺ mentioned the issue of Shura. He said, whoever gives his Muslim brother misguided advice when they consult him has betrayed them. Practically, the Prophet ﷺ had practiced Shura and had used the process of Shura to consult with his companions on many occasions. I gave several examples. His consultation with the Sahaba during the Treaty of Hudaybiyah, also before going out for the Battle of Badr. He also consulted Abu Bakr and Umar radiallahu anhuma on what to do with the captives of the Badr war. In the Battle of Uhud, the Prophet ﷺ gathered the companions and consulted with them as to whether he should stay in Medina and wait for the enemies to come, or he should go out to them. And the popular opinion among particularly the young Muslims, the youth among Sahaba, was that he should go out and meet the enemies. Although that was not his own opinion, but he went down and then followed their opinion to show the importance of Shura or consultation. I gave several other examples, including the one in which the Prophet ﷺ consulted Ali bin Abi Talib and Usama bin Zayd. He also consulted Sa'ad bin Ubadah and Sa'ad bin Mu'adh on the issue of Khandaq. He consulted also Nawfal ibn Muawiyah on the issue of the invasion of Taif. These are few examples. On their own initiatives, the Sahaba of the Prophet ﷺ had given a number of advice and suggestions to the Prophet ﷺ during Shura, and in most cases, the Prophet ﷺ adopted their views. The companions of the Prophet ﷺ also practiced and applied the process of Shura. I gave a number of examples. I quoted the asar of Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu from Maymun bin Mahran. I also quoted the asar of Umar bin al-Khattab from Abdullah ibn Abbas, and many other ones. Importantly, the statement of Umar bin al-Khattab that he said to Abdullah ibn Abbas that you should memorize 3 things from me. The first thing he mentioned is Aqil anni thalatha al-imaratu shura. He said, memorize 3 things from me. Shura is the backbone of leadership, which means for any leadership to succeed, there has to be shura. That is the process of consultation. There are other athar I mentioned from Umar bin al-Khattab radiallahu anhu, and also the athar of Uthman bin Affan, and one other from Ali bin Abi Talib radiallahu anhu, just to show how the 4 rightly guided caliphs, adopted shura and also keenly applied its processes in their, in their reign, or in deciding and administering the affairs of their people. After that, I quickly went to talk about the scope of shura. And this is very important because 2 opinions exist in the extant literature on as-siyasa al-shar'iyya. The first one is that shura is limited to issues of war. But the second opinion, which is considered the most scholarly correct opinion, is that it extends beyond wars and cover every aspect, except where there is a definitive text from the Quran or Sunnah. And even where there is a definitive text of the Quran or Sunnah, sometimes Shura has a room to decide on the modus operandi, or the dynamics, or the mechanism, or the procedure, except where the text itself mentions the procedure, or the dynamic, or the mechanism. Otherwise, there is always room for Shura to come in. For example, in the Quran, Allah mentioned the issue or commands that justice should be established. But what are the mechanisms? What should be the processes? What should be done to make sure that justice is established? This is a window that Shura can come in. I've explained all this in the paper. If you have the paper, you will see the arguments of scholars regarding this. I then quickly went to talk about the benefits of Shura. And under the benefits, I mentioned that Shura protects society from wrong decisions by providing an opportunity to listen to the opinions of people of knowledge, wisdom, and experience, and to discuss the opinions presented to correct flaws in them, and then determine the correct or more correct course of action. Shura also provides the opportunity to choose opinions and suggestions that provide a greater good for the community. It gives a sense of belonging and maintains the satisfaction of the general majority of the people. It promotes an atmosphere of freedom and initiative and gives everyone his or her due. It releases society from the tyranny of subjectivity and selfish whims, teaches humility, and prevents high-handedness and tyranny. It develops the capacity for thinking and planning, promotes readiness for action and support, and increases willingness to endure undesirable consequences for a good solution. There are many principles that Muslim scholars have actually identified for Shura. And I was able to, after thoroughly going through the literature, identify 5 very important principles. One, that the subject of Shura deals with all matters of life, except for those in which there is an explicit divine text. 2, there are different approaches to Shura. It may involve general consultation, consulting few trustworthy and experienced individuals, consulting stakeholders, consulting closest individuals, and consulting specific individuals. There is no minimum or maximum number of the people to be involved in Shura. It could be large or small. The way to conduct Shura is not confined to any specific path. There is no any specific known path on how to conduct Shura. It could be, for example, with respect to election of a leader, the process can be based on the opinion of majority, or a small decision-making committee, Ahl Hal wal Aqd, can be nominated and be given the responsibility to come up with the selection process and eventually even select the leader. And this Ahl Hal wal Aqd should ordinarily comprise statespersons, scholars, leaders, politicians, and prominent figures whose consent represent the consent of others. The fifth principle is there. You can read it on your own. Then I went to the issue of Shura and governance. And interestingly, many scholars have defined what governance is generally, and then what Islamic governance system means. And I quoted Ibn Aqil al-Hanbali, who defined governance as any process of leadership that brings people closer to good and far from evil, even if it was not legislated by the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Any process of leadership that brings people closer to good and far from evil, even if it was not legislated by the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam or divinely revealed, it is still called governance, which means the key word there is bringing people closer to good and taking them far away from evil. I also quoted Ibn Najim al-Hanafi, who also defined governance as doing something by the ruler for a benefit he sees, even if there is no textual evidence for that particular action. I related their definitions with those of Al-Nawawi, Ibn al-Mulakkan, Al-Makarizi, and many other scholars who have also defined governance. I quoted or cited Ibn Khaldun's opinion regarding politics and governance system. He classified governance or political system mainly into two: revelation-based, that is siyasa al-Sharia. He said revelation-based governance system and rationality-based governance system. The rational-based governance system, he further defined or classified it into two, and he said it is either, or the first type concerns itself with the public's worldly interests in general, by realizing worldly interests and repelling harm, and with the ruler's interest in connection with the administration of his realm in particular. And then he said this is likened to the tradition of the Persians, and it is more closely, likened to, or can be more closely likened to the modern democracy. And then you talk about autocracy or tyrannism or dictatorial system of leadership. Quickly, I went further to talk about the divergence and convergence between Shura and democracy. And this is the crux of the matter. The divergence and convergence between Shura and democracy. I tried to trace the history of democracy briefly, and then the areas of differences between Shura and democracy. And these areas can be encapsulated into two: the source and legislation. On that source, of course, the source of Shura is the divine text and anything that has to do with ijtihad. And then on legislation, the legislation is always based on the Quran, Sunnah, and other principles of Sharia, including maslaha, overwhelming public interest, anything that has to do with goods, repelling of evil, and so on. And it is subservient to the original divine text. On the contrary, for democracy, it is a rule of the people, by the people, for the people, which means human beings are the source, and in terms of philosophy. And in terms of legislation, the position of the lawmakers is always final, meaning they have the power to enact laws even if those laws are contrary to the dictates of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. This basically are the areas of divergence. But on the areas of convergence, in terms of mechanisms, they share a lot in terms of mechanisms and also the original intent of allowing people to have a voice in terms of who should govern them, who should lead them, and in holding their leaders accountable in terms of accountability, transparency, and so on, especially with regards to indirect democracy where separation of power is there in order to check the excesses of one arm of the government against the other or the rest of the people. So it is based on that that I quoted a number of sources, including the likes of Dr. Yusuf al-Qardawi. May Allah have mercy upon him. He passed on just 3 days ago or 4 days ago. May Allah forgive his sins and admit him in Jannah. He made some beautiful statements regarding the areas of convergence between Shura and democracy. I also quoted the fatwa of Majma al-Fiqh al-Islami, that is OIC Islamic Fiqh Academy, that is based in Jeddah, regarding what can be benefited by Shura from democracy and what Shura can benefit from, what democracy can benefit from Shura. I can see that my time is almost up, but let me quickly say after all this that I talked about the essentials of good governance. I mentioned the issue of constitution, the issue of consent, and the issue of Shura consultation. 3 C's of good governance. And I tried to juxtapose, I tried to show the nexus between, these 3 vis-a-vis Shura and democracy. After that, I identified about, thank you. It has been my habit to request His Eminence all the time to give me extra time. But today I decided I will not do. But in his own magnanimity, he added 4 minutes for me. Thank you, Your Eminence. Now, I also show, because there has been this misconception, especially among some of our Muslim brothers, that democracy should be shunned, democracy should not be, people should not participate in democracy and so on. So I even quoted a fatwa from Sheikh Muhammad Saleh al-Uthaymeen. Sheikh Muhammad Saleh al-Uthaymeen gave a fatwa when he was asked regarding whether people should participate in democratic process, especially elections or not. So we have the honor to announce the presence of our mother, the First Lady, Aisha Buhari. We ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to bless you as you grace this occasion. You are most blessed. So I try to clarify that misconception that Sheikh Muhammad ibn Salih al-Uthaymeen was asked regarding whether Muslims should participate in election or not. And he said to him, in his own opinion, it is obligatory. Because you cannot fold your arms and allow people who are not supposed to lead you to lead you. So you should exercise your voting right and also participate in the election of the right people to occupy the various positions so that at least you would have maximum goods and the minimum evil. So I did that in order to make that clarification so that at least our brothers should understand that when people, if you read the paper, you would find details in it. After all that, and including a quotation from Imam al-Ghazali that I consider very relevant to the issue of Shura being the Islamic foundation for true democracy, I went to also talk about the importance of patriotism, because as Nigeria turns 62, I mentioned that love of one's land or country is a natural thing. Every one of us loves where he is familiar with, his homeland and his birthplace. This is natural. I gave a good number of references from the hadith of the Prophet ﷺ regarding the Prophet's love for Mecca. Even at the point of persecution, when he was leaving Mecca for Medina, he turned to Mecca and said, Allah knows that you are the most beloved land for me to stay, to live. If not, your people have persecuted me and ejected me out of you, I wouldn't have left you. Which means one's love for one's love for one's homeland and birthplace is natural, and it has its basis even from the Prophet ﷺ. The Sahaba themselves did said, when the Prophet ﷺ settled in Medina, he had to pray that Allah should endowed him with the love of Medina as he loved Mecca, for him to be able to contribute his best in Medina. And that was what exactly happened. So, but I said it's not just enough to love your country or your homeland or your birthplace. Rather, to be patriotic, there are certain requirements that are expected of you. And I listed them out, which includes, but of course not limited to, making dua for the progress of the land and its leaders to live up to their responsibilities. I cited an example on that, including an author from Fudail bin Iyad. Upholding true values that will lead to good ambassadorship, being source of benefits to all citizens based on principles of priorities, striving to contribute to the nation's development through selfless service, encouraging people to goodness and guidance, and preventing them from evil according to one's ability and circumstance. I also mentioned the issue of abiding by the laws of the land, respecting the rule of law, and shunning and combating all forms of corruption, a multi-sectoral, multi-level problem that exists in innumerable forms with no cultural, religious, territorial, or sectorial boundaries. I then said that although we talk about patriotism, tribalism is not part of patriotism, and that Muslims should shun al-Asabiyya tribalism. I also said it's not part of patriotism not to speak against injustice. In fact, speaking against injustice is an act of patriotism for one's homeland. I also say that disparaging or neglecting Muslims of other region or nationality and considering others, non-Muslim fellow countries as closer to Muslims from another land is also not an act of patriotism as far as Islam is concerned. I concluded the paper by making a case for two things. One, issue regarding general election. That is on 2023 general elections. I mentioned the importance of elections and why they should be taken very seriously. And then I talked about the issue of how to ensure a free and fair election process. I warned against issues of indecorous statements, inciting statements, hate speeches, and so on. And I gave a number of references in the Quran and Hadith on why Muslims should shun hate speeches and abusive language. I then concluded, finally, by drawing the attention of both present and incoming leaders on the importance of them being aware of their leadership responsibilities. That whatever they do here, they shall be held accountable on the day of judgment. And that on the day of judgment, Allah will specifically ask them one question out of the numerous questions. Did I not make you a leader that others are under you? What have you done with that? This is a hadith, authentic hadith, transmitted by Imam Muslim, which I actually cited in the paper. Which means anybody that is in a position of authority, whether at the topest level, that is the president, or other levels, other tiers of government, even at family level, all of us as leaders shall be held accountable on the day of judgment. And therefore, we should heed to the advice of the Prophet ﷺ that leadership is a trust, and that on the day of judgment, it is a humiliation, except for those who live up to their responsibility. I pray that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will give our leaders the wherewithal, the wisdom, the knowledge, and the steadfastness to live up to their responsibilities. May He also give all of us at our own levels the steadfastness to live up to our own responsibility. I once again sincerely thank the Murshid and his team under the leadership of His Eminence for finding me worthy of coming here to present this paper, even though it is a purely political science subject, while I come from accounting. But alhamdulillah, since it is on Shura, and as a student of knowledge, anywhere one is invited to contribute his own little, one should be able to do that. So I thank you very much, and I thank the distinguished personalities that are here and all the other participants. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala accept our ibadah. May He subhanahu wa ta'ala grant us peace and peaceful coexistence in our dear nation. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala give us the ability to overcome our challenges, and may He subhanahu wa ta'ala give us good leadership that will take us to the higher heights. Wa subhanakallah wa bihamdika ashhadu an la ilaha illa anta astaghfiruka wa atubu ilayk. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Professor Ahmed Dogarawa, there of the Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, in his usual elements of erudition, very succinct to the point, speaking to the topic, Shura, the Islamic foundation of true democracy, which I believe he has been able to break the consciences of Nigerians on this occasion, talking about the importance of patriotism, also talking about consultation in the choice of leaders, and not also forgetting to end his presentation with advice for leaders and also upholding good values, selfless service, which I believe he enjoined every citizens to do.
To apply this principle for the best of all. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala continue to guide us. Having announced the presence of Her Excellency Aisha Buhari, the First Lady, we also have in our midst the presence of Dr. Ruqayyatu Gombe, our Senior Special Assistant to the President Office of the First Lady. We also have Mrs. Zara Yusuf Buhari, who has accompanied her mother and the First Lady to this occasion. We also have Dr. Victoria.
See, when you say plural, you can't call water. You can't see, you don't excavate water.
This is a no.
After this great lecture that we have listened to is the Goodwill message to be delivered by no other than Her Excellency Mrs. Aisha Muhammad Buhari, the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
I should hold it, go. The Sultan of Sokoto, His Eminence, the Senate President, the SGF, the Minister of FCT, all ministers here present, the national mosques, the leaders, Professor Galadenchi and others that are here present, the Permanent Secretary of the State House, the wife of the Inspector General of Police, our royal fathers here present, the former head of service of Nigeria, the professors that are here, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, I came late. Professor has already, he has He has already done justice with the meaning of Shura, and also he has already summarized. But all the same, let me read out what I have with me today. I thank Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for making it possible for me to attend this special Jumat prayer and public lecture organized to mark the 62nd Independence Day of our dear nation. Today is a special day in the lives of Nigerians as we mark the 62nd anniversary of our independence. It is a special day set aside to reflect on our past achievements and to offer prayers for peace and progress of our dear nation. It is in no doubt that our country is undergoing through various challenges, among which security and economic are most noticeable. The present regime has always remained sensitive to these issues and have since 2015 been on these issues. I'm particularly happy that our security agents have stood up to the challenges of security more than ever before. And at the moment, their efforts have been cushioning the effects of banditry, kidnapping, and many other ills in the society. I commend the efforts of our gallant security men and women and request all to pray for more success in their operations. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, it is also noticeable that our naira is being devaluated, and the foreign exchange rate has affected our economy, forcing a lot of hardship and difficulties in terms of education, health, and other day-to-day activities of our citizens. We must rise and fight against it the way we did with the security challenges. While the efforts of the government are well appreciated, it is important to note that many programs have been put in place, such as agriculture, entrepreneurship, engagement of youth and women to cushion the effects Through this effort, I have empowered many communities under this regime. I appreciate all my partners and collaborators, especially the wives of the governors, the wives of the service chiefs, my associates, well-wishers, international bodies, that is development partners. I thank all of them. Together, our objectives is building a peaceful and prosperous Nigeria. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as you may be aware that this government is making its exit and perhaps witnessing the last anniversary of the regime. I urge all Nigerians to pray for a successful election and transition programs. The regime might not have a perfect one, but I want to seize this opportunity to seek for forgiveness from the ulamas and Nigerians in general, and reconciliation. We all need to work together to achieve a better Nigeria. I appreciate you all for giving us the opportunity to contribute our quota and pray for Allah to grant the nation more peace and prosperity. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Atakbir, Atakbir. That has been the First Lady, always showing concern, motherly. We all felt the speech, the tone of forgiveness. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala forgive each and every one of us for whatever shortcoming that we might have committed, knowingly or unknowingly. We ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to grant us guidance. I wish to recognize in our midst the presence of the Chief of Staff to the President, Professor Ibrahim Gambari. You are highly welcome, sir. Jazakallahu khairan kathira. We also have in our midst Dr. Ahmed Abubakar Audi, the Commandant General, Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps. Sir, you are welcome. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala reward you abundantly. Now we proceed with another goodwill message, this time to be delivered by no other than the Secretary to the Federation and Chairman Interministerial Committee on Nigeria's 62nd Independence Anniversary, Boss Mustafa. Atakbir.
Your Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari, ably represented by the President of the Senate, Dr. Ahmed Lawa, Your Excellency, the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Hajia Aisha Buhari, Your Eminence, the Sultan of Sokoto, and the President General of the Council on his Supreme Council on Islamic Affairs, members of the Federal Executive Council here present, the Chief of Staff to the President, the former Secretary to the Government of the Federation, members of the National Assembly here present, the Mushdid of the National Mosque, Professor Shehu Galadanchi, distinguished ladies and gentlemen of the press. I am to give a goodwill message, and I start by saying I'm pleased to be in attendance at this public lecture organized as part of the activities of the Nigeria's 62nd independence anniversary. The Abuja National Mosque has been partnering with the government since its inauguration in 2015 in organizing public lectures to sensitize the Muslim Ummah and encourage peaceful coexistence among the different religious adherents. The theme for today's lecture, which is Shura, the Islamic Foundation for True Democracy, is apt, especially at this period of the commencement of the process of Nigeria's transition from one democratically elected administration to another. Distinguished participants, the term Shura, which literally means consultation, is one of the pillars of democratic governance. In our present times, the Parliament or the National Assembly which is the platform where consultation, discussion, debate, and various opinions are conversed in order to agree on a decision, can also be regarded as Shura. The presenter of today's paper, Professor Ahmad Bello Dogarawa of Ahmadu Bello University, my alma mater. I'm extremely proud to have gone to Ahmadu Bello University. Ahmadu Bello University in our days was a mini Nigeria. You found everybody from all parts and segments and different divides of the spectrum of our society in Ahmadu Bello University. And most of us have been able to exist even within the context of Nigeria today because of the values that were imbibed when we were students in Ahmadu Bello University. So, Professor Dogarawa, thank you for representing us very well even this morning. He is a household name, considering his wealth of experience and knowledge in this area. I have no doubt that he has done justice to the topic. If the principle of Shura is followed, it will create an opportunity for dialogue that enhances ethnic communication while promoting national cohesion and identity. This would go a long way to stemming intertribal and intercommunal and ethnic suspicion, animosity, aggression, and conflicts. I have no doubt we have been better informed about the Islamic position on democracy and democratic governance, and lessons learned will further strengthen our hope in democracy as well as guide our conduct and behavior during the forthcoming general elections in 2023. Democracy accommodates consultation, and that explains why it has universal acceptability and applicability, unlike other forms of government. Citizens under it are governed and are guaranteed a number of freedoms, including that of choice and representation. The present government, under the able leadership of President Muhammadu Buhari, has initiated and implemented several reforms in governance, electoral processes, the economy, amongst others, and is also assuring there would be a smooth transition to another democratically elected government in 2023. Before I close, Your Excellency and Your Royal Highnesses, I want to seize this opportunity in my 5th year as the interministerial committee chairman, who has been saddled with the responsibilities of organizing national events from 1st October Independence Celebration to June 12th to inauguration, to express my deepest gratitude to the Sultan of Sokoto and the President General of the Supreme Council on Islamic Affairs, and by extension to Professor Shehu Galadanchi, who is the Mushi of the National Force, for the extreme generosity of support that we have received from you in the last 5 years as I chaired this interministerial committee. I want to thank the management of the National Mosque, because in the last 5 years we've called upon you even at short notices to accommodate national events and to prepare to receive visitors even during such occasions of this lecture. You've never, even once, turned us back. You've always offered us the maximum support demanded. And in my capacity as the chairman of the ministerial committee, this would be my last event as far as independence celebration is concerned. So I want to use this opportunity to thank you, to say by this time next year, some other person will be presiding. Happy 62nd anniversary, and God bless us all. Thank you.
MashaAllah, barakallah. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala reward you abundantly. Next, inshallah, is the presidential address, and ably representing the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria at this occasion is distinguished Senator Ahmed Lawa, President President of the Senate. You're welcome, sir.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وصلى الله على النبي الكريم. Your Excellency, the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the mother of the nation, Hadia Aisha Muhammad Buhari, Your Eminence, Alhaji Muhammad Abubakar CFR MNI, the Sultan of Sokoto, and President General, Nigerian Supreme Council for Islamic Affairs. Very distinguished senators and honorable members of the House of Representatives, honorable ministers, Professor Shehu Ahmed Sahad, the Mosque of the National Mosque, Abuja, the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, the Chief of Staff, Mr. President, our guest lecturer, Professor Hamad Bello Dogara, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen of the press, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. I stand here today to represent the father of the nation, the leader of the nation, the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Muhammadu Buhari. And my intervention will be on behalf. I don't have a good speech, but by the grace of God, inshallah, I will speak the mind of Mr. President. This Independence Day special lecture, public lecture, and the subsequent Juma service, certainly are meant for us to celebrate our second anniversary as an independent nation. To Nigerian citizens, this will continue to remain simply a day, a history, a number, what Nigerian citizens need from us leaders is to continue to provide good leadership, sustain good governance, make their lives better, work hard at all times for the sake of the citizens. That board have been a participant in the present administration, even though from the legislative side. But I have not and owe it a duty to provide good leadership. And going by the topic of today, of Shura, good leadership can be better achieved with the Shura, with the consultation, with the collaboration and partnership between leaders among themselves and between leaders and those that are led. Because in a democracy, the type of the practice, it is necessary for those that are led to participate in governance. And that participation is for citizens to be conducted, and even where they are not conducted, citizens to advise, to make their views known, to show their preferences for making their lives better. And leaders are under obligation to listen. Therefore, this topic, Shura, the Islamic Foundation for True Democracy, is apt. And it's coming at the time when, by the grace of God, in February, Nigeria will go to power to elect new set of leaders. But the issue that I think is central is to how we reach there. A day is a long time, they say in politics, but I also think in governance as well. Between now and then, those of us who are at the moment at the center of leadership are supposed to continue to remain focused, consult widely as we have been doing and make it better, and ensure that we end well by the grace of God. And inshallah we end well. I believe that those of us in the 9th National Assembly have chosen Shura a long time ago. In fact, from 2019, 11 June, we chose Shura in how we conduct the business of government. And that's why we decided right at the beginning that our relationships in the National Assembly between us in our chapter, where we have multiple parties represented, and we have about 4 or 5 parties inside represented, and the same in the House of Representatives, that we should be party blind, that we should always be conscious of what Nigerians need. Because it doesn't matter what party someone believes in. When the bandits hit, or when insurgents attack, they don't ask for your party or your religion or where you are from. So we consciously decided that Nigeria must be our focus and Nigeria must have something better than we inherited. So that at the end of our 4-year tenure, so we decided to work together with our government, most of them. And alhamdulillah, after 3 years today, the National Assembly is peaceful. We deliver what's expected of us. Especially to the executive for it to also perform its function. Because what we do there is critical and crucial for the executive. And between us and the great leader, Mr. President, we achieved that concentration, that Shura. People may not know, but we disagree. But we do so responsibly. And we consult. So we do consultation between the two arms, particularly. We collaborate and we partner. Outsiders may not understand. Some may even say, well, the assembly gives everything that the executive or president asks. We give those things after going through some processes and scrutiny. And what we did, we have satisfied ourselves that this thing will make that Shura enrich democracy. And this is something that the world must continue to learn from Islam. When over maybe 350, 400 years ago, separation of power was advocated in the US, so that you don't have one person running the affairs of the entire country. They had in mind consultation, because it's through consultation that we are able to see or hear the other side, the other perspective, that will be even better than what you know or what you understand. When the president wants to appoint the chief justice of Nigeria, he would nominate him and send a request to be sent for confirmation. When the president wants to have a budget, it will prepare the budget estimate and they will send it to the National Assembly. And it's the same process in the state. And this is for engagements, for consultation. And this is a major contribution of Islam to governance in the world. So thank you very much, Professor Dogara, for that very rich and insightful paper, well delivered. But I want to assure you on behalf of Mr. President that between now and when this administration will conclude its tenure, 29 May 2023, the administration will remain focused, will work tirelessly like it has done over the last 7 years from to ensure that we make life better for our citizens. And for leaders, regardless of their political beliefs or religious beliefs or their geographical location,
.co.uk and click on Entertainment, then NTA International on the go, anywhere in the world. And
because they are supposed to mean better for citizens, they are supposed to mean political stability, and they are supposed to mean taking our country to the highest level with everybody on board. For this, I want to thank the organizers, and may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
At-Takbir. That was a very powerful one from our most distinguished Senate President Ahmed Lawan, ably representing the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Now going forward, because of time, is the vote of thanks to be delivered by Alhaji Tijani Omar, Permanent Secretary, State House, and Chairman Jumat Committee, Jumat Subcommittee, sorry. You're welcome, sir.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Your Excellency, the Special Guest of Honor, President Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, ably represented by distinguished Senate President Dr. Ahmed Ibrahim Lawan, Your Excellency, the First Lady and Mother of our nation, Aisha Muhammad Buhari, Your Eminence, the Sultan of Sokoto, Chairman of this occasion, the President General of Excellency, the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, the Chief of Staff to Mr. President, other distinguished ladies and gentlemen around today, Assalamu alaikum. Our gratitude to this event. First and foremost, I wish to humbly thank His Eminence, the Sultan, and His Excellency, the Murshid, for giving us the guidance and the leadership that we needed as the subcommittee on the special Jumat prayers and public lecture to be able to come up with what has been achieved this afternoon. I would like to also extend our gratitude to the chairman of the Interministerial Committee on the celebration of this 62nd anniversary of Nigeria, the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Mr. Boss Mustafa, for guiding the main organizing committee to deliver on all the events, one of which is this event we are holding this afternoon. I would like also to thank the guest lecturer, Professor Dogarawa, for delivering a very incisive paper on Shura, the basis of our Islamic democracy, the basis, of consultation, the basis of give and take, which is the basis for the sustenance of peace and progress. I should like also to give my gratitude to members of the subcommittee, especially the technical subcommittee resident here in the National Mosque, for working day and night to ensure that this public lecture and much later in the day, the special Jumu'ah prayers, come to be delivered the way they are delivered. I would like to wish all of us, Alhamdulillah, 62 years of self-determination and national development and progress. I would like to thank all invited guests for honoring our invitation, and I would like to leave you with these 3 duties that I would like to admonish for each and every one of us. First, let us love our country and defend the country and its interests under any circumstance, inshallah. Number 2, let us strive to be our brother's keeper. And number 3, let us work to keep and deliver on public trust. It is very essential. On this note, I should like to announce that there is going to be a group photograph over here with all the dignitaries by my right side, and then to be joined by all the VIPs on the front row. The Honorable Ministers, Alhaji Mahmoud Yahya Ahmed, the Royal Highnesses, His Excellency, Distinguished Senator Ahmed Yerima Bokura, and then all the VIPs seated, including the guest lecturer. Please kindly join us. Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, very quickly is closing prayer to be observed by Dr. Khalil Ahmad. Please, the photo session is going to.
All right, that was a vote of thanks signaling the end of the first part of the occasion here, which was the Independence Day special Jumat lecture. And very soon it will be the special Jumat prayer where the Muslims will be moving to the National Mosque, Abuja. Many speakers have spoken to Nigerians and stressing the need for unity, stressing the need for patriotism, and also reminding us on the values that we need to always imbibe and uphold as citizens to be able to make Nigeria continue to grow on the occasion of the independence anniversary.
About that specific. Come on, read this.
المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين.
To serve our fatherland with love and strength and faith. The labor of our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and might, one nation bound in freedom, peace and unity. Thank you all. Please.
Thank you very much for your time. This is the end of the special Independence Jumat lecture, which in a very short while it will be the special Jumat prayer at the National Mosque. We want to thank you on behalf of the outside broadcast crew. At this time, I remain Abdullah Hajia, urging you to stay tuned to the network service of the NTA.
And move on straight to the mosque. Observe the Salat al-Jum'ah.
Social media as a channel of communication is inherently harmless. It becomes harmful and damaging when used without discretion and thoughtfulness. Bad social media users spread rumors and fake news without verification. But good social media users stop, reflect, and verify information before sharing it.
It is celebration mood in Nigeria, Africa's most populated country, as Nigeria marks 62nd independence